If you had to rob, you had to steal, whatever you had to do. And whatever you got in proceeds, you had to give about $150 to a red box, or put in a red box to assist with any other member who may have be in prison or who may need money.
Basis.
No, I don't. But I told you at that point. You said February?
February of 2016.
My son was born in August, and she was 8 months pregnant when I got locked up. So I would have said anything to get back to him at that point.
Your son was born August of 2015 or August of 2016?
2015, August 16.
But during that proffer agreement or that proffer conversation, were you just giving information about the crime for which you were arrested for? Were you giving information about that?
Can you ask that again?
Sure. During your proffer agreement, were you given information about the crime in which you were arrested?
That I committed, yeah.
And were you given other information about YSL, the gang?
I don't remember doing that, but I told you at that point I would have cut my arm off. I would have lied to anybody to get back home.
And why would that particular lie about what YSL did as far as money help you get home?
I don't know. I don't remember. I just probably was saying it, thinking it'd help me get back home. I don't know.
So are you saying that did not occur when you were part of?
I don't remember it. I know I had an interview though. They asked me a series of questions. I don't remember the questions. And I don't remember my answers to the questions.
Let me ask a better question. Are you saying today now that you did not have to give $150 to put into this red box?
I never did that.
You never did that. Did other people do that?
Not by my knowledge.
So why would you say that during that interview?
Trying to make it.
I've seen the objection.
Now, YSL, were there any particular colors that was associated with YSL?
I mean, it wasn't really associated, but the color of slime was already green, and we was calling ourselves Young Slime Life, so it was just like posters, we would make it green or something like that.
Was there
shirts, if it had YSL on it, would probably be green or something.
Was there any other color?
No, not to my knowledge.
I'm gonna show you what's already been admitted as 116. Do you remember that from yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to turn to page 2. And I want you to go to number 6. Excuse me. Number 4, which says defendant's acknowledgement. Does it say defendant's acknowledgements when you look at number 4?
Yes.
And then 4A, it says, does it say all statements below are truthful?
Yes.
Okay, I want you to go down to number 6.
Tick is not in jail.
Did you initial
Tick
number
is
6?
not in
Yes.
jail.
And what does number
And
6
good
say?
morning, everybody. Good morning. I am
Some of the identifiers of YSL are
at a remote
Okay, what does
location,
it say,
and
A?
we're here.
wearing green or red bandana.
We are here.
Now I want you to also go down to number
Hey,
7.
Tabitha.
Did you initial number 7?
Check
Yes.
in.
What does it say?
Some colors of YSL are red for blood and green for slime.
Okay. So was there another color outside of green that YSL used?
Yeah, but that was on the only color though. I mean, you can wear any color.
But specifically for YSL, based upon what you acknowledged in here, is red a color that was symbolic for YSL,
Yes,
as well as green.
yes,
When you founded YSL, did you have particular hand signs that you all used?
yes.
What were they? You can show the jury.
It was just a hand sign. It's just 3 fingers.
Is that the only one you had?
Yes, to my knowledge.
I want you to go to page 3 of your factual acknowledgement. And do you see number 8 at the top of the page?
Yes,
Did you initial number 8?
yes.
Okay. And what does number 8 say?
YSL used several hand signs, some of which are wiping the nose with the index finger, curling the ring and pinky finger inward towards the palm while extending the index and thumb with the middle finger slightly curved.
So for B, is that the symbol that you just drew up?
Yes,
Okay. So then A, is that a symbol that you all use?
yeah, but I didn't think that was like a hand sign. That was like a hand and face sign.
Okay, so you consider that a hand and face sign.
Yeah,
Can you demonstrate that hand and face sign for the jury?
it's just like wipe your nose.
Okay. Do you do it like what you just did, or do you do something else?
You just wipe your nose.
Okay, so you do both this, which is like grabbing it together and then wiping it with one finger?
No, just one.
Just one finger?
Yeah.
Okay. Did some members wear clothing articles symbolic of YSL?
Did you mean like the designer or?
No, not the designer. Well, did people wear YSL the designer back in 2012 and 2013?
Yeah, it's the popular brand.
Okay. What about shirts that just talk about YSL, not the designer, not Yves Saint Laurent, but YSL Young Slime Life?
Yeah, we promoted the record label with shirts that said YSL.
Before there was a record label, where you had shirts that claimed YSL on there.
I ain't really sure what year it became a real record label, but yeah.
Okay. So you're saying before it became a record label, y'all wearing shirts that had YSL?
Yes.
Did some individual wear jewelry that had YSL or slime?
Yes.
Black.
Yes.
Is there any, right there. Yesterday we talked about black. You remember us having a conversation about black? Outside of black, was there any other language that members of YSL would use?
Like slack or slime?
Okay. Anything else?
Not to my knowledge, that was it, I think.
Members of YSL, what would they refer to Cleveland? What would they say about Cleveland Avenue?
What would they say about Cleveland?
G Ginger, good morning.
Everyone always call Cleveland Avenue, Cleveland Avenue.
It had a lot of different names, but no.
What were some of the other names in which some people would reference Cleveland Avenue?
Bleeding, that was one of them. I can't remember the other one, but I remember.
And why would Cleveland Avenue be called Cleveland Avenue?
I don't know, you had to ask somebody who Cleveland.
Did you ever call Cleveland Avenue Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
Why did you call it Cleveland Avenue?
Because I heard everybody else doing it.
Did you ever ask why we are calling Cleveland Avenue Cleveland Avenue?
No, you don't ask questions like that.
Why not?
You just don't. Well, I didn't.
Now, you talked about your Twitter account back in 2012, 2013, 2014. Were you on any other social media?
Yeah, I think I did have like an Instagram. I probably had a Facebook. I probably had all that back then.
And did other members of YSL have social media?
Yeah, everybody had social media.
On social media, were there particular emojis that members of YSL would use? Or in text messaging?
Yeah.
What were some of those emojis?
A green heart, green snake.
Are you looking at your acknowledgement to see the other ones you acknowledged?
No.
Okay. Are you still thinking about others?
No, you said song.
Okay. Looking at Stacey Dibble 1cc, page 3, were there other emojis that you acknowledged were some of the symbols that YSL used?
Yes.
What are they?
It say sea blowing nose and green vomit emoji.
Okay. And you said it says that. Did you initial and acknowledge that those are some of the symbols that YSL used?
Yes.
Now, I want you to take a look around the room. And besides Jeffrey Williams, can you please identify other members of YSL?
It's a lot of people. I just know 2 other people. I don't know all the other boys.
Okay. Who are the 2 other people that you know in this room that are members of YSL?
I know Yak, Shannon.
And when you say if you can identify who you're talking about by article of clothing that he's wearing.
He got on a gray vest.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that Mr. Murphy identified Mr. Kendrick.
Yes, yeah.
And you said that was Shannon?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
What is Shannon wearing?
I can't really see the clothing, but he's sitting next to the dude in the back with the blue. Okay.
All right, the record will reflect so.
Thank you. And are those the only 2 individuals that you know in this room?
Other than LaJelle?
Yes, other than Mr.
Yeah.
Williams. Okay. Now I'm going to ask you about a few other people. Do you know if an individual by the name of Khalif Adams, also known as Bobby Hunt, is a member of YSL?
Bobby Hunt?
Yes. Do you know their name?
I met him in Rush Street like a minute ago.
To your knowledge, was he a member of YSL?
I don't know. He from the West Side. I don't know.
What about Martinez Arnold, also known as Duke?
Yeah, Duke was an artist on the label too. He's a rapper.
Was he a part of the gang YSL as well?
I mean, yeah.
Have you heard of an individual, Durante BB, also known as B or B?
No.
Okay. What about Damone Blaylock, also known as Bali?
No.
Javoris Bradford, also known as Tuda?
No.
Justin Cobb, also known as Duop?
No.
Cordarius Dorsey, also known as Polo or also known as Juicy?
No.
Christian Eppinger, also known as Briss?
No.
What about Miles Farley, also known as Slaughter or Little Miles?
I remember him from like a long. I know his daddy.
Do you know him?
No, not like cordial. No.
You say not courted. Do you know him to be a member of YSL?
No, when I remember him, he was in school.
Were y'all in school at the same time?
No, he probably 10 years younger than me or something like that.
He's much younger than you.
Yeah.
What about Javon Fleetwood, also known as Fortray, also known as Psycho?
No.
Demekion Garlington, also known as D or also known as Scarface.
Yeah, I know Scarface.
Okay. Do you know him to be a member of YSL?
I don't know. He from the west side too. I don't think he was YSL. I think he was
Objection, Your Honor, cause of speculation.
I stand the objection. Now, form the question.
Do you know if he was a part of another group?
I think he was with McCannaville. I don't really know if he was with nobody else.
What about Quantavious Greer, also known as Uncle?
I know his family.
How do you know his family?
I grew up with him.
And is he related to anyone? Is he related to Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, relevant.
Oh,
How is he related to Mr. Williams?
That's his brother.
Was Unfunk a part of YSL?
Umfung was in prison when we came up with YSL. I don't see how that would coincide.
When he got out of prison, do you know if he was a part of YSL?
I was in prison when he got out of prison.
Okay, so your paths didn't cross on the street.
Until you put me in Rush Street with him.
Okay.
All right, give this guy
Marquavius
a
Hill,
badge.
do you know that name? Or Quay?
No.
We talked about Yet Gotti. What about Sergio Kitchens, also known as Gunna?
No. Never met him a day in my life.
What about Woody Lee?
Don't know
also known
Gunna.
as Slime Life Shorty?
Never met him till you put me in Rush Street with him.
What about Demise McMullen, also known as Nard?
Yeah, I know not.
Okay, is Nard YSL?
Yeah.
Dang.
What about Tinquarius Mender, also known as Nard, or also known as Stunner?
No, I don't know that person.
You don't know him?
No.
What about Jaden Myrick, also known as Set Trip, and also known as J-Man?
Never heard of him.
Quarmavius Nichols, also known as Quay.
No, you just already asked me that person, didn't it?
Yes,
No,
I
asked
did.
about Marquavius Hughes.
I did see that.
You said no to him.
Yes.
And Quarmavius Nichols.
Yeah.
is that
No,
no?
I don't know.
Thank you,
I don't know.
Vanderveer.
What about Rodalius Ryan or Little Ride?
No.
Antonio Sledge or aka Moonton?
Yeah, I know.
And is he YSL?
Yeah.
And we talked about Trontavious Stevens. He's YSL. Well, he's a founder with you.
I heard the answer to that.
What about Antonio Sumlin Obama, also known as Obama?
No, I think he was in prison when I was on the street, and then when he came home, I heard him though, like I know of him, but we never crossed paths.
You know of him being part of YSL?
No.
And then what about Jimmy Winfrey, also known as Roscoe or Pee Wee Roscoe?
Yeah, I know Roscoe.
And is Roscoe YSL?
See, that's where it get tricky. I don't know if he was like I just know him from working with the label. I don't know nothing about him being in the streets.
Okay. Now, what about Kelvin Treadwell, also known as OG Bentley?
I remember that name. Yeah, that's the older dude from the neighborhood.
You said you only remember his name. Do you know who he is?
I had to think about it. He an older dude from the neighborhood.
Okay. So do you only know him as an older dude from the neighborhood?
I hung around him before. Like I went to the club with him, kicked it with him.
And is he part of YSL?
I think he another person who I think worked for the label for like a slight second.
Prior to a label being formed, was he a part of YSL?
No.
What about Kenneth Copeland, also known as Little Woody?
I heard of him, but we never like hung out on him.
Are you saying you've never been around Kenneth Copeland?
In the club.
Okay. Is he YSL?
Um,
What about Darius Ford, aka Big? Do you know him?
no, I don't know that person.
We already talked about Christian McMiller. Outside of Jeffrey Williams and Trontavious Stevens, with any of the other individuals that you've identified as being part of YSL, do you have any close relationship with them?
No.
I'm going to show you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I guess this part would be the best time to do this update. Yes, Arthur James Simpson, known to many as OJ Simpson, has died at the age of 76. He was a former
Yeah, permission
NFL
to approach.
player as well as a
Um,
actor, and
this
he
is
was
my
probably
colleague,
one of the
Ms.
biggest
Arlington Martin, Stacey, good to see
biggest
you.
trials I
Charlie.
covered in
So
my
you
career.
recognize
Last we seen OJ, he was
individuals
on a
within Six
podcast
Charlie Charlie.
that was hosted by Cameron and Mace, and we got an opportunity to see a different side of OJ. We saw him on the big screen. We see him in the infamous Bronco chase on the 101 freeway,
Yes.
and we saw him in
And
the
how do you
courtroom.
recognize
He
the
was
people excuse me, Six Charlie
represented
Charlie?
by the late great Johnny
What you mean?
Cochran.
How do I recognize it? Like,
Oh my goodness, all the attorneys on that
from being
case
around
was
them.
Carl Brown,
And is that a fair, accurate
F. Lee
depiction
Bailey,
of the
Bob
individuals
Shapiro,
that you know within that
Robert
picture?
Yes.
Kardashian.
All right, you're
It
on this
was
side of
a
the table, like
case
pretend
that
Stacey's Six Charlie Charlie.
mesmerized
Can you
and
definitely say
showed a
6 Charlie
split
Charlie?
in the country as far as how blacks in the criminal justice system were treated. It had so many different elements. We had Marsha Clark, who was the district attorney at the time. We had Mark Furman, who was the let's just say racist cop
Like 6
that
Charlie Charlie.
was
That's redacted.
accused of possibly planting
Published.
the evidence at the crime scene that involved the death of Ronald Goldman and Nicole Brown Simpson. So yes, this is a breaking news story. He also was sued by the family of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman, and was adjudged a
Now, looking
very
at Six Charlie
sizable
Charlie,
amount. So
I'm
I don't know if that
teasing.
will ever be
I know
paid
you don't like the space.
in his death.
Use the
But
space.
yes, ladies and
Tell
gentlemen,
me who are the
the
people
individual we
in
know,
that
Arthur
picture?
James Simpson, has passed uh, as a result of cancer, and his family has confirmed it as well as his
I
attorney.
don't know who that is in
That
the
is a
back.
breaking news
But
story.
In the
Yes,
back, this person?
yeah, I don't know who that
that's
is, but
what it
that's
is.
me in the
We're back to
green.
the
And then
coverage
that
of the
Tony.
YSL trial.
And then a white shirt. That Dolly.
Right here is Dolly.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Do you know who that other young lady is to the back?
I think, yeah, that door.
Okay. And is that the same Dolly and Dora that we talked about yesterday? Mr. Williams sisters.
That I grew up with?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now we'll also show you Mr. Murphy, what's already been admitted as 18U. Do you see yourself inside of 18U, Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Okay. And where are you depicted in that picture?
At the bottom, left.
And who, do you know anyone else in that picture?
I know 2 other people.
Who are the two other people that you know in that picture?
That boat right there, and then that
Okay.
that's boat, yeah.
Where, who's Buck?
To my right, I think.
Which
Yeah.
one?
Uh,
Right
to
here?
the right, yeah.
Okay,
And then that tick with the white shirt on, yeah.
right here.
Uh-huh.
And is this that same individual that just you did not know from yesterday?
I
Does that
don't,
look
I
like the
don't
same
know, I
person?
don't know, I don't even remember him. He was like younger than me.
Okay. Right. I'm gonna also show you 18U. Now, Mr. Murphy, you just said that you didn't know the individual I pointed to who were in a couple of the pictures yesterday. How do you know he's younger than you?
I don't remember him like that. I remember him just being younger than me. I seen him around though.
Okay, so you know who he is, but you just don't, you never had a conversation.
Yeah,
with
I
him.
never really was cordial with him. I ain't never.
Okay, so you know him, but you didn't have a relationship or a
Yeah.
friendship with him. All right. Now, one play was already been admitted as exhibit 18U.
Mm-hmm.
YSL won't fold. Piece of ass off from the balcony, one piece of the house and chain clothes. YSL wipe a nigga nose. We don't give a damn if it's indoors or outdoor. We gotta have that. Honestly, truth be told.
Now, is that you holding the camera?
Yes, that's me.
Okay, where are y'all at in this picture?
I don't even remember where we was at.
Okay.
I remember we were promoting that song though.
Is that tick to the behind you?
Yes.
Now, if you pan to the other side, do you see this, the individual little dear Quindarius Zachary also in this video as well?
The one who was in the other picture?
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. And it was Mr. Williams in that picture?
Yeah.
And you don't recall, is this off of Cleveland Avenue? Like in the Cleveland Avenue neighborhood?
Right.
Now, we talked about a number of different names of individuals. I don't know whether or not they are YSL. How did you determine if those people were in YSL? Because initially started off as you, Mondo, Slug, and Mr. Williams, right?
Uh-huh.
But there are a number of different names that we just talked about. How did Shannon become a part of YSL?
I just remember him from being at the studio rapping with us. So I mean, that's how I even met him at the studio. And at the club promoting.
What about Nard? How did he become part of YSL?
The same, promoting, being with us.
So if you promoted, was that a way to automatically become part of YSL?
In my world, yeah.
Now, in this song, is it EU or you? This is the video that just played. What was the song title? What was the song title?
I can't remember. It's a lot of songs.
It talked about wipe a nigga nose. What did that mean?
It's called Ill Ill.
It's called Ill Ill.
Yeah,
Okay.
I had to think about it.
In there's a verse about wipe a nigga nose. What does that mean?
What does that mean?
It's a long pause. I'll object to speculate with someone else's thought or lyric.
I stand the objection.
What was your understanding of what wipe a nigga nose meant?
Like when you wipe your nose.
In
I
that,
stand as the form. You can lay a little more foundation.
sure. In that video, were you rapping the lyrics to that song?
Yes.
Okay. And in rapping the lyrics to that song, what was your understanding of what you were rapping?
I just wrote a lot of songs. I like music. If I like the beat and the lyrics, then I just rap it. And I don't really think about what it means.
Right. Mr. Murphy, you have tattoos on your body?
Yes,
Okay.
a lot
A lot.
that I regret.
You regret?
Mhm.
All right. About how many tattoos do you have?
I ain't never counted.
So we're gonna talk about a few of them, okay?
Okay.
All right. In the front of your face, do you have a tattoo with the letters DK?
Yes.
And when did you get that tattoo?
Boy, I cannot remember.
Was that one of your first tattoos?
I don't even remember my first tattoo. I've been had it though. I can't find a picture or nothing. My mama don't even got a picture with me without it.
Okay. So about how old were you, do you think, when you got the tattoo?
No, I started getting tattoos in middle school.
And why did you get DK tattooed on you?
That's my name.
Why did you choose that placement in the middle of your forehead for DK?
Cause I wanted to be a rapper and I seen rappers doing it.
Is there any reason why the K is backwards?
No, I just wanted to be different.
You also have YSL tattooed on you?
Yes.
How many YSL tattoos do you have on you? Is it just one?
You mean like the letter?
Yeah, the letter YSL.
Yeah, I think I can't really think about it. I got a lot of tattoos, but I know this one right here on my face though.
Okay. Do you have slime or anything else like that tattooed on you?
I got a snake on my face
Okay.
and slat on my face.
You have slat and the snake on your face.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember when you got your YSL tattoo?
I think I was in, I don't know. I think I was in Rush Street when I first got it, but I think I got it redone when I got out there.
Okay. Why did you get a YSL tattoo on your face?
It's the same reason. I wanted to be a rapper, and that was the rap group then, so I put it on my face.
And what about slat? Where's slat at on your face?
I think it's on one of these sides right by my ear.
Do you mind if I approach you?
Yeah.
See where it is?
It ain't right there? Oh.
It is. It's in front of the snake.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or behind that one, whichever.
Behind. Why did you get slat tattooed on your face?
The same reasons. There was like I don't know how to put it, but that was like our motto for like the group. So that was like one of the things we said.
And when you said, was that the meaning of slime love all the time?
Yes.
All right. And then what about the snake? Why did you get the snake on your face?
Originally, that's supposed to have been like the logo. So it would be like a Y, a snake, and then an L, like for like shirts and stuff like that.
And what color is the snake on your face?
It's green.
Do you have successful tattooed on you at all?
No, I got a lot of tattoos. I don't remember getting that one though.
And do you have successful tattooed on your face?
No.
Permission to approach? Permission to approach?
You may, ma'am.
I'm sure he wasn't marked as Stacy did two Charlie Charlie. Do you recognize it two Charlie Charlie?
Yes,
And how do you recognize it two Charlie Charlie?
that's me.
And is that your Instagram handle?
It was.
It was your
Yeah.
Instagram handle. Okay. And is there a fair accurate picture of a picture that was on your Instagram handle back when you had an Instagram handle?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time say like Tender Stacy exhibit two Charlie Charlie.
Any objection states two Charlie Charlie. All right, states two Charlie Charlie is admitted, may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, looking at Stacy exhibit two Charlie Charlie, back in July of 2014, when this Instagram post was posted, what was your Instagram handle?
YSL
And what is the caption that you have on the bottom of this picture?
YSL for life.
And again, is this you with the YSL tattoo on your face?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you also have a tattoo, Haiti, on your face?
Yes.
What was the significance of tattooing Haiti on your face?
That's little Jeff's daughter now.
Okay. So did you tattoo that in honor of his daughter?
Yes.
Do you recall when you got that tattoo?
No, man.
Do you recall, I don't think I asked you if I did, please forgive me, when you got the snake and the slat tattoo on your face?
I don't recall when I got it, but I've been had it for a long time. Though.
Let me ask you, which came, did you get all three of those tattoos at the same time? The YSL, the slat, and the snake? Is that a no?
No.
Which one came first? The
YSL was first.
Do you remember which is the second, the snake or the slat?
I don't remember.
Your Honor, permission to approach
Yes,
with a member of defense.
yes. All right, all rise. Be seated. All right, Ms. Houghton, you may continue with the examination.
So my last question on your tattoos, particularly YSL, the slat and snake. Why did you choose to get it on your face versus another part of your body?
I wanted to be a rapper. When I was getting them, that was popular. What rappers was doing, putting tattoos in their face.
What was popular, what rappers were doing?
Putting tattoos in their face.
As a founding member of YSL, and I'm talking about when it evolved into the gang, what was your role in YSL?
I was just rapping. I didn't have a role like a.
So when you said it evolved into a gang, what's your distinction between a rap group and the gang?
I don't understand that question.
Sure.
Can you dumb it down?
In the plea agreement on page 2, section 4A1, it says that YSL, otherwise known as Young Slime Life, began as a neighborhood group, but then evolved into a gang. So if it changed from a group to a gang, what was that distinction? What was that change?
I think. So you asking me like my part in it? That's what you asked me?
What was it? Why did it become? Why was it a group first, and how did it become a gang?
I think it became a gang when I got committed for the crimes I did,
Okay, so
and
what?
I stopped rapping and started back robbing and being in the streets.
Okay, were you the only person committing crimes in YSL that were part of YSL?
I don't know what nobody else was doing.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to look at page 3. And number 11.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll wait for it to scroll down. Can you read what it says?
Members of and associates of YSL have committed crimes in furtherance of YSL, and these crimes included, but are not limited to the following: murder, attempted murder, aggravated assault, robbery, theft, illegal drug possession, illegal firearm possession.
Okay, and then I want to go to page 4. And I want you to read number 12.
I have personal knowledge that members and or associates of YSL participated in or contributed to YSL by committing at least one of the acts listed in 4A.
Okay, it says 4A12, but listed in what was before. So again, outside of you, are you aware of other YSL members who were committing crimes?
I mean, they was locked up around the same time I was locked up, so
Okay, so who was that?
a lot of us got 2015.
Now, what crimes did you commit as a part of YSL?
I had a series of charges. I can't really remember.
What were some of them?
Attempted murder, armed robbery, aggravated assault, the ones that's listed.
How many convictions do you have?
I'm not sure. I had a lot of convictions.
Have you been convicted with any other YSL member for any crimes?
Yeah, no,
And what was that for?
attempted murder.
Do you know a person by the name of Arshillian Bennett?
Yeah, I ain't remember her.
When,
I ain't remember her real name, but you made me remember who she was though.
when was that? When did I make you
When we
remember?
talked that time, I don't remember the date.
How do you know her? How do you know her?
I grew up with her.
What do you call her?
Shay.
And you said you grew up with her. Where did y'all grow up at?
Cleveland Avenue area. She used to watch my firstborn daughter.
How close in age are you and Shay?
I ain't really sure. I know she was out of school before me, so she older than me. I don't know like the exact number.
And you said she used to watch your oldest daughter. How back then? About how old was your daughter when she was watching her?
I can't remember what age she was. She was a kid though, like a little baby.
What year was your oldest daughter born?
2008 or 9, I don't know. I think 8. Whenever I was 17, she was born. So, yeah.
So when you were 17, so
I think 2008, right?
2008.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know her to be a member of a gang?
I mean, she used to wear like red and stuff, but I don't know if she was like a real blood or not.
You said you know her as Shay. Did you know her as anything else?
I don't know. I'll call her number Shay.
Do you remember when we met telling me that her name, she also went by LV?
I probably did say that. I don't remember that though. I remember like solely calling her Shay.
Now, you said that she would babysit your daughter 2008. Let me ask you, I'm sorry. In 2008, when your baby was a newborn, is that when she would watch your daughter?
No, she was like already walking, so she had probably been like 1 or 2.
So we're talking about 2009 or 2010.
Like probably around that time.
How long did she watch your daughter? Like, was it years? Was it months?
I ain't really sure. She wasn't like me. She ain't watching for me. She watching for my baby mama. So I don't know for how long it went on. But I remember picking my daughter up from her a couple times.
So Shay had a relationship with your child's mother, not with you.
Mm-hmm.
But
I knew her though. We was cool too. It wasn't like we were in a relationship or nothing like that, but we was cool.
You and Shay were cool.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Would you all hang out with each other?
Nah, that would be kind of weird. My baby mama wouldn't approve of that.
God bless you. You said that you would pick your daughter up from Shay's house. At the time, if you can recall, where was Shay living when you picked your child up?
In the same apartment my baby mama stayed in on Cleveland Avenue.
Was that the only location in which you would pick your child up from Shay's house?
Yes.
That's the apartment off of Cleveland.
Yes.
Did you ever know an individual by the name of Micah Anderson?
That player, yeah, I know. I knew him.
And you said that's Player?
Yeah.
Is that his nickname?
Yeah.
Okay. How do you know Micah Anderson?
That's
Player, as you call him.
That's Shay, old man.
When you say Shay's old man, what do you mean? For the jury, what do you mean?
That's her boyfriend. I think they got a kid too. I ain't sure.
Do you know, if she was watching your daughter in about 2009, 2010, do you know at that time how long her and Michael Anderson had been dating?
Nah, I ain't know him then. They weren't together then. No, that ain't accurate.
So when she was at Cleveland Avenue, she was not with Michael Anderson, to your knowledge? That's a no?
No.
Do you know when she met with or got with Michael Anderson?
I don't know.
To your knowledge, do you know if Shay and Michael ever stayed in the same location together?
Yeah, they had an apartment together.
Do you know where that apartment was?
I don't really. It was like, I think it was in zone 3 though, but I don't know, like, remember where exactly it was at though.
Why do you think it was in zone 3?
Cause it wasn't that far. Like, I ain't had to get on the expressway to get there.
Why would you have gone to her house?
I was hanging with him.
Okay. And to be clear, this is not the house on Cleveland Avenue where you were picking your daughter up.
No.
This is a different location.
Yeah.
Now, if we know that she was watching your daughter in 2009 and 2010, about how old was your daughter when you were hanging out with, were you hanging out with both Shay and Player, or just Shay or Player?
Nah, I was just hanging with a player.
Okay.
Why would I hang with his lady? That ain't.
So you never hung with Shay? Okay. When you were hanging out with Player, about how old was your daughter?
I can't recall how old she was then.
But is it fair to say it was after 2010?
Yeah.
How did you meet Player?
I think in the studio, if I can recall. I might be wrong. It might be the club or something like that. It was out though.
Was Player in a gang?
He claimed blood. I don't know if he was like a real blood or not though.
And outside of Player, did he have any other nicknames?
Yeah.
What's that?
King Slime.
When you reference him, did you reference him as Player or King Slime?
If I talked to him, I would say player, but if we did a song together and his name was on it, I would have put King Slime.
How often would you hang out with Player?
Just at the studio, or if I had to call him to get some lean or something from him.
To get some weed?
Some lean.
Lean?
Lean. Yeah.
Did he sell lean?
Yeah.
Were you aware if he sold anything else?
No.
No, he did not?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. When you said you would hang with him at the studio, about how often would you hang with him at the studio?
Whenever he stopped by, or whenever I call him for some lean.
So whenever he would stop by the studio? Is that a yes?
Yes.
How often were you at the studio?
I can't recall. I went to the studio, a lot of different studios.
And would he just randomly be at all the studios that you would go to? Or was it one particular studio?
I mean, he was a rapper too, so he might have a room in the same building or something like that. Or he might just call and be like, where you at? I'm like, I'm at the yo, and he'll pull up.
When you went to go purchase lean from him, where would you go to go purchase the lean?
Wherever he was at.
Did you ever go to his home to purchase lean?
Yeah.
And is that the same place you said you would just get on the highway and go to?
I said I didn't have to get on the highway.
If there was a landmark, was there any familiar landmarks around where player was living, when you would go to go get lean or to hang with him?
I can't really remember. I don't even think about stuff like that. I know it's some apartments.
Back when you would go get lean with player or from player at his apartment, would you ever go with anyone else?
I would go wherever he was at, not just at his apartment.
Specifically at his apartment, I'm gonna talk about his apartment. Would you ever go to his apartment with anyone else?
If somebody else was in the car with me, then yeah, but I wouldn't just take nobody to his house like this.
Have you ever hung out with player and Mr. Williams?
Yeah,
Where would y'all hang out at?
the studio, the club, same places.
How often would y'all go to the club together?
Whenever we go clubbing, if we in the same vicinity or we together before the club, we'll go to the club, but I can't remember how often.
In 2013, were y'all going to the club daily, weekly, monthly, approximately? How often were y'all going to?
I don't know. I wouldn't recall. I know I wouldn't go to the club if I was broke. I'd be on some other stuff, but I wouldn't go to the club if I was broke, so.
Have you ever been to Player's home? And let me back up. Was Player living with Shay back in this time frame that we're talking about, at the apartment that you could get to without getting on the highway?
Yeah, it was a couple people living there.
It was a couple people. Who else besides Player and Shay were living at that apartment?
I think it was like his cousin or something. Might have been her cousin. It was a dude. And her kids.
How many kids did she have at the time?
I think she had like 3. I can't recall how many. It was kids in there though.
Had you ever been to her home, to their home in May of 2013?
I can't recall that.
Did you ever go to her home with you, Mr. Williams, and one of Mr. Williams' brothers?
One of his brothers?
Yes.
No, not one of his brothers. All his brothers way older than us. They don't hang with us.
Have you ever been to his home with her home with you, Mr. Williams, and any other person?
Yeah, player.
Outside of Player.
No.
Have you, Mr. Williams, ever been to their home together?
I just answered that. What player?
Have you ever been to the home when Player was not there?
No, that would be kind of weird.
Have you ever gone to Shay's house without Player and an individual put a gun to the back of her head?
No.
What about you robbing or taking her belongings to be cash, a baby book bag, Beats by Dre headphones, and her weapon and her gun?
No.
What about shooting her gun at or in her direction while she was holding her baby?
I did a lot of stuff. I ain't never did nothing with nobody I grew up with or nothing like that. Especially not no female.
To your knowledge, I know you said that play, you get lean from play. To your knowledge, did Shay sell drugs?
Not to my knowledge, but I mean, like, I never seen her sell drugs.
Did you and Shay ever have any beef with each other?
I don't beef with women.
Did you and her ever get into any arguments or fights?
I don't hit women. I never had domestic violence or ever.
Did you ever have any beef or disagreement with play?
No.
Did you ever try to steal any heroin from Shay?
Heroin?
Heroin,
I did a lot of drugs. I ain't never did heroin.
never did heroin.
I don't even know how they look.
Have you ever been to Shay's house with you, Buck, and Mr. Williams?
Yeah, I think that accurate with player.
With Player?
Yeah.
And Player was present when you all were there?
Yes.
Did you ever sit down and smoke weed with Shay and Player wasn't there? Just you, Mr. Williams, and Buck?
I didn't even know she smoked weed.
Did you ever steal heroin, or did Buck ever steal heroin in your presence from Shay with you and Mr. Williams present?
But with my friend, but he a thief. He stole a lot. So.
Have you ever saw him?
He stole from a lot of people we went around. A lot of girls we had around.
Specifically, I'm asking about heroin.
I ain't never seen no heroin. I don't recall it.
Have you ever stolen heroin from Shay and called her and offered to return the heroin back to her?
I ain't never gave nothing I took from nobody back. I ain't never gave nothing back I took.
Never gave anything back. And speaking about that, you said you would rob people. Who would you rob?
Huh?
Say it again.
You said, I'm asking you to say that again.
Sure. Who would you rob? Like, would you rob little old ladies on the street corner?
Never robbed a lady.
Okay. So who would you rob?
People who got money.
How did you determine if they were people who had money?
I would have to see it.
So if somebody just flashing money, you would say, I need to go get it?
Yeah, that probably would be the case.
Now, when you were doing the robberies, was that primarily in that Cleveland Avenue area, all over the city of Atlanta? Where would you rob people?
It wasn't a particular area. If I knew I needed the money and my mama needed the money, go find it.
Did you try to target any particular type of people that you knew would have money?
No.
Did you ever rob drug dealers?
I got locked up for robbing a drug dealer. So.
Okay. So did you ever rob a drug dealer?
Yeah.
Now, you said you never had any beef with Shay, you never had any beef with Player. Do you personally know any reason why she would make up a story about you? Excellent. If you have any personal knowledge.
I will the objection.
I have no personal knowledge. I know what I heard, but I don't got no personal knowledge.
All right. You just talked about being charged with or locked up for robbing a drug dealer. Was that one time, multiple times? How many times have you been locked up or charged with robbing a drug dealer?
Once. I think. Yeah, once.
And do you recall what year you took that plea?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Got permission to publish?
You
I
may-
mean, not publish, permission to
approach?
approach. Mr. Murphy, I'm showing you what's been marked as Stacy Exhibit 17, Charlie, Charlie. Do you recognize Stacy Exhibit 17, Charlie, Charlie?
This ain't my name. I know what this is. It's like a yeah, it's like a spreadsheet of like my charges and stuff.
And on 17, Charlie, Charlie, is there an indictment number?
I don't know what this is.
What's the criminal action?
Oh, okay, that's a criminal action I'm on there.
What is it?
13 SC 12 2087.
Okay. And flipping through Stacy Exhibit 17, Charlie, Charlie, I just want you to look at it. Look and see if you recognize the charges within Stacy Exhibit 17, Charlie, Charlie. And, yeah, first, let's talk about the charges.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes, you recognize the charges?
Yeah, I don't think I got convicted of all them charges though. I was charged with them though.
And did you plead to that case regarding the drug dealer that you robbed? Is that case?
Yes.
Is that case?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, this time to say like the tender Stacy Exhibit 17, Charlie, Charlie, as a self-authenticating document of indictment 13 SC 122087.
Any objection to state 17, Charlie, Charlie?
Not on behalf of Mr. Williams.
All right, it's admitted.
Okay. Looking at Stacy Exhibit 17, Charlie, Charlie, on the first page, can you tell what charges you actually pled to?
Yeah, it's 3 of them.
Okay, what were those charges?
Aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, possession of a firearm, doing commission of a felony, possession of a firearm by convicted felon.
And do you remember the circumstances upon which this case happened? Do you remember the facts of the case?
What that mean?
What happened?
I don't recall all that. That was like a long time ago, and I got shot that day.
Okay.
Twice.
You got shot twice. Where did you get shot at?
In my main artery, in one of my thighs. I can't remember. I think it's the left thigh and my right heel on my foot.
How'd you get shot?
I just remember waking up shot.
Okay.
I ain't gonna lie.
Do you remember what started that day before you got shot?
I was real high. I don't remember what started it.
Okay. What do you remember about that day before you got shot?
I remember before I got shot. I don't remember that day before I got shot. I just remember waking up, like, in the hospital bed.
Do you remember what happened at all? Do you remember being in the car that day?
No.
Do you remember shooting at anyone that day?
No.
Do you remember being in a car that went airborne and hitting a wall.
No, I heard about it though.
Do you remember if there was anyone with you that day before you got shot?
I don't really remember who. Before I got shot,
Before you got shot.
I remember. I think I remember being with Buck before I got shot.
Where were you at? Where were you with Buck before you got shot?
I think we was at Buck's house. I think.
Was that the only person's house you were at that day?
As far as I remember, that was a long time ago. I've been in a car wreck since then. Fractured my spinal cord. Had to go to surgery. I've been through a lot.
Do you know someone by the name of Adrian B? Or B?
Yeah, I know, B.
Do you recall being with him on the day that you got shot?
I don't remember though, but I heard I was with him.
You heard you were with him, but you don't remember being with him.
No, I don't remember. Not on that day. I remember like hanging with him.
How did you hear that you were with him?
People told me that. They like, bro, you and Bean wrecked the car and robbed somebody. When I woke up, I don't remember like what happened though.
How many times have you been shot?
All together,
Yes.
4.
So we know that this incident back in 2013, you were shot in your leg. What were the other 3 times that you were shot?
You said where on my body?
No, what were the other times? We know in 2013, you were shot.
Yeah, and then I don't remember what year, but my mama's house got shot up and I got hit twice.
Is this when you were younger? Like, when
Yeah,
you lived
this
in
was
Gilbert, Florida, or when you lived off Cleveland?
this was after I had my second daughter, I think.
And when did you have your second daughter?
I don't know. I know my daughters.
God bless you.
My daughters is 11 months apart, so
And you said your first one was in 2008, so we're talking about around 2009.
yeah.
Now, did you, your mom's house got shot up in 2009, or that's just when you had your daughter?
I had just had her. She was like a newborn, so yeah.
And you got shot while your mom's house got shot up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then when was the third time you were shot?
No, I got shot. I got hit twice then too.
Okay. So when you say you've been shot 4 times, do you mean
2 different occasions.
2 different occasions being shot twice at both times? Right. Do you remember after being shot on this occasion in 2013, waking up in Grady Hospital?
I've been in Grady so many times, man.
Okay. I'm talking about after you
They
got
saved
shot.
my life a lot of times.
Grady's a great hospital. After getting shot in your leg twice, after this incident in 2013, you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall waking up at Grady Hospital?
I done woke up after surgery, being put to sleep, anesthesia, other drug medicated. Like I remember waking up a lot of times at Grady. I don't remember that time though.
But you said you've only been shot on 2 occasions.
Mm-hmm.
Yes? And recently you said, when I woke up, people told me what happened. When you woke up, where were you?
At Grady.
Okay, so you were at Grady Hospital.
Mm-hmm.
When you woke up at Grady Hospital, do you recall speaking to police?
No, I recall speaking to my mama and my siblings.
Back in 2013, when this incident occurred, do you recall being in a car with Frederick Prothro or Big Fred?
People told me that.
Do you being also in a car with Jeffrey Williams?
No,
Did anyone tell you that?
no.
Okay. But they told you about they told you about Prothro.
Yes.
Now, do you remember back in 2009 the circumstances as to why your mom's house got shot? Do you know why your mom's house got shot up?
It was a drive-by.
Was your mother's home the target?
No,
I stand the objection.
Do you remember shooting at anyone on this day when you got shot?
No,
Do you remember anybody telling?
Judge, I asked which date that you think.
Okay,
Okay, I'll stand the objection. Rephrase, please.
yes. Back in 2013, when you woke up at Grady Hospital, do you remember shooting at anyone while prior to going to Grady Hospital being shot?
no, I don't remember nothing when I woke up.
Do you recall anyone telling you that you did shoot somebody?
Objection calls for hearsay.
I stand the objection.
So your testimony today, you don't remember anything that happened.
To recapping testimony.
I stand the objection.
You remember nothing of that day before you got shot.
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
No, I don't.
Bean, how long did you know Adrian Bean?
I can't really remember how long I know him. He older than me though, so
How much older is he than you?
I don't know. He old though.
Did you ever hang at his spot on Macon Drive?
I always thought that was Buck spot.
Is him and Buck cool?
Yeah, that's more Buck friend than mine.
He's more Buck friend than yours.
Mm-hmm.
How often would you go to Bean's house on Macon? Or what you thought was Buck's house on
Yeah,
Macon?
to either pick up Buck or talk to Buck.
Is it about 12:30?
Almost, yeah.
Sorry.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it being almost 12:30 at this point in time, I'm gonna suggest that we break for lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you a little bit longer of a lunch hour today as the court has some unrelated business I need to take up. It's my concern, it's part of my duties as a chief judge. So I'm going to allow you to have lunch and if you could come back for, I would say 1:50 or thereabouts. Just make sure you're in your headquarters by that time. We'll go ahead and get started somewhere between 1:50 and 2 p.m. Bless you. And bless you. And then we're going to work today till probably a little before 4 o'clock. And then that's going to be the extent of our duty day for today. Okay. And at such time, I'm going to talk with you a little bit about just for planning purposes, some of your administrative days. So you can go ahead and put those on your calendar. From now through the end of June, okay? I'm gonna try and do that for you. So, ladies and gentlemen, remember your admonitions. I'm gonna go ahead and recess you for lunch. We'll see you back around 1:50, and we'll get started somewhere between 1:50 and 2 o'clock, okay? All right, all rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Mr. Murphy, I'm gonna release you for lunch. Don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case. We'll see you back at 1:50 as well, okay? All right, thank you, sir. All right, councilors, we'll be in recess and I'll see you all back for 1:50, okay? All right, we're in recess.
Sorry, my bad. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we are back. We've heard testimony of Mr. Walter Murphy, aka DK. Do you think DK has helped or hindered the prosecution's case? Remember, he signed a plea agreement, and in the plea agreement, he said he admitted to certain things. But we heard on the witness stand that he says he'll lie about anything to get out of trouble. How do you give this person a plea deal when he really doesn't have anything? If you had to take a vote right now, would you vote for an acquittal of Young Thug, or would you vote for a guilty verdict? Because I tell you, as I sit in the courtroom and listen to the testimony, it either appears that people just don't want to be there, they don't know why they're there, they've been intimidated, they've been harassed. But ladies and gentlemen, we don't know right now where this case is going. We don't know. Walter Murphy, DK, admittedly said he was a founding member of YSL. Their reason for starting YSL, or the idea about YSL, originated from the clothing line Yves Saint Laurent. You remember they used to wear the Yves Saint Laurent jackets, and I may have worn one or two Yves Saint Laurents, but I was always a Louis guy, a Gucci, a Fubu. Even Sean, I know a little Sean John, but you get my point. They used the initials YSL, which was a clothing brand, to establish their crew of sorts. Not to say that they're original. I'm just saying that they used that. Now I'm wondering, did YSL, the corporation, decide to sue YSL, the gang? Hey guys, we don't want to trouble you much, but you are infringing on our company logo. I don't know. It happens all the time. Shay Bay says, how long do I think this case is going to last? There will be many children birthed before this case has concluded, and maybe one may be in kindergarten. I don't know, but this is definitely giving the feeling that they're not there yet. They got 149 witnesses, arguably 149, 148 right now. And the judge has already told them, if you don't get this thing moving quicker, you're working the weekends. Well, Your Honor, I think you should do a little more than just make them work the weekends or Saturday. Bring them in on Sunday and holidays. Bring them in on Sunday and holidays. And also make sure these witnesses that are testifying are not giving cumulative testimony or redundant testimony, because that too can drag this case out. Like yesterday, for example, when the witness, let's just say, Mr. White, when he got off the stand, I wondered why they didn't bring in law enforcement to either refute his testimony, but why didn't they bring in other law enforcement? They went right to Walter Murphy. So I'm just guessing that the last witness was useless because he didn't give anything. He did not give anything. Are you just putting any witness in front of the jurors and seeing what sticks? Because that's not how you run a criminal trial, in my opinion. Because me sitting in that jury box, I'm like saying, so what did this guy really do? You bring him in from state prison with handcuffs on and prison guard, but he already tells you he don't know why. He ready to go back to jail. You guys basically dragged him in here. Then he said, you almost tried to bribe me. He didn't want to, he was about to snitch on the prosecution, because if he snitched on the prosecution, they would say, hey man, you're a snitch. You snitching on everybody. So he could kind of plant that seed. He planted that seed that perhaps they may have gave him some kind of enticement, like maybe we can get you out a little earlier than 3 years. Something was said. They're just not dragging people out of state prison just to get on the witness stand, unless maybe they said, if you say certain things, we're going to look out for you. We're going to throw you a curveball. We're going to call the judge, and maybe the judge will sign an early release. Something, just to ask yourself a question. Why bring this guy out of state prison who didn't want to be there? Unless you promised him something, because what does he have to lose? He cussed, he burped, he farted. I don't know about farting, but he definitely burped a couple of times. And you notice the judge didn't even say, hey, Mr. White, you're going to have to ask the question, because he probably would have told the judge, kiss my be here. Hey, you know what I mean? He probably would have told him that. I didn't want to be here. You got me in handcuffs. You got me looking crazy in front of these jurors. Like, come on now. You know what what's happening. You know what's happening. You know what's happening. He got nothing to lose. If he would have jumped up and stood up, I don't want to be here, they would have just had to take him out. They would just say, yeah, they would have had to take him out the room. He didn't have much to lose. And the judge knew that. The judge knew that he didn't want to push the guy's buttons too much. He didn't want it to play out in front of the jurors. He didn't want the outburst to become viral on television. He didn't want the burps to be more than just burps. He didn't want the people to say, free my people. He didn't want none of that to happen. He didn't want the spectacle to carry on in the courtroom. The judge knew how to play this. Because if you listen to how certain people are being talked to on that stand, like, for example, Adrian Bean. When he was talking to Adrian Bean, he basically said, listen, you got to answer the question. Look how they did witness AB, the young lady who was under a material witness warrant. Well, they brought her in. I'm looking right at her. She come walking out in the handcuffs, sits down. I'm like, wait a minute. I don't see her on an indictment. We learned that they put her on the material witness warrant because they claimed that she didn't want to come in. Well, she testified that she had someone that was sick in the hospital. She testified to this. They could have deferred the testimony. But it was kind of a mixture of you do as I say, not as I do. Then you have her claiming that Lieutenant Hamilton, who works for the district attorney's office, might have been a little inappropriate towards her. We saw the text messages. Since when do you address a witness as Ma? M.A. Ma, that's a, if you one of the youngins, you're gonna say, what's up, Ma? You're forgetting your professionalism. And then when they go to arrest her in Clayton County, the same guy that she claims was sexually harassing her, she might have been a little too extreme. She might have been extreme. We don't know. But he's a part of, he's in Fulton County, Clayton County. They have to deliver her from one jurisdiction to the other. So he's doing high fives once she gets arrested and she's witnessing this. They said, wait a minute, you wanted to take me out on a date. Is this your idea of a date? This ain't Juicy Crab. This ain't Ruth Chris. This ain't Slutty Vegan. This is the jailhouse. You trying to take me out to the jailhouse? This is how you take your dates out? I think Mr. Hamilton, Lieutenant Hamilton, those chicks are gonna watch out for you because they're gonna say you don't did the switcheroo. I'm just saying, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just saying. You want to take it on a date. Forget the testimony. We ain't gonna do no shop talk. We're just gonna talk about us. Us. And then we can get back to business afterwards. Is this what you're doing to your witnesses? Wait a minute. There may need to be an investigation into the behavior of certain individuals in their office. Not all of them will get down like that. All of them don't rock like that. At least I hope they don't rock like that. But that's very uncomfortable, ladies and gentlemen. It's so uncomfortable to see this woman get drugged into the courtroom. When I say drugged into the courtroom, in shackles. She sits in front of the jurors. The jurors are looking at her. What the hell does she do? But then once the judge gets wind that there may be something amiss, there may be some claims of impropriety happening in the DA's office, he tells the young lady, I'm going to do you a favor. I'm going to do you a favor. I'm air quoting now. I'm going to do you a favor. I'm going to remove these cuffs from you, and I'm going to let you walk free, but you got to come back because you're still under this material witness warrant. You don't get your phone back just yet. You got to wait until you do your talk in front of these jurors. It felt uncomfortable. I don't know if anyone else saw the play there. They saw the maneuvering, the manipulation, because I felt it was some type of manipulation. I'm telling you, if you lived in this world as long as I've lived in this world, you know when people are playing games. You know when people are playing games, and the impression the jurors had with that particular witness, it was telling. It was telling. But then, guess what? The second day, she can go back home. No, you go to the hotel. We'll let you out, but we're gonna put you in a hotel. We want to keep a short leash on you. Then when they realize, hey, we can't, we're going over the holiday. We can't keep a leash on her. No. We'll put an ankle monitor on, let her go travel the country. But she just got to come back because she's still in the material witness warrant. So you lift her up and then you break her down. And when I say lift her up, you have District Attorney Adrian Love giving niceties over the text messages and all these niceties. Then the minute the girl comes into court, DA Adrian Love hits her with something that she asked her not to mention. She talks about her dead mother. What the heck is happening now? I thought we were cool. Why are you bringing my mother up in this? Oh, heck no, I don't trust you or the other guy. I don't trust you no more. You guys get what I'm saying? You'll get what I'm saying. Exactly, Pam. That's the other Pam. You see, this is why it's always good to have a smart lawyer on your stream. And I wondered that too. As I sat there, I'm gonna post the as I sat there, and myself and the other camera person, plus the other girl in the back who's don't know how to handle camera equipment and making all kind of weird noises and sitting behind me. I'm sitting here, watch my back. But we'll get back to that. Why tell the media you can't show her on the witness stand, but then you show the exhibit of her in the pictures? And arguably, she looks the same. I'm going to tell you, she looks the same. So you don't want us to show her on camera because you want to protect her, but then you put her face out there because you don't want to protect her. Once you realize that she ain't giving you what you want, put her to the wolves. And I'm going to tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. Any of these potential witnesses that are going to be for the prosecution coming forward, they're going to realize, hey, we can't trust what they say. We can't trust what they say. We cannot trust what they say. The judge signs an order, and I have it. Do not show certain individuals. We get alerts to this. If you don't show the individual on not allowed to show the individual on camera, don't show the exhibit with the individual there. What kind of kangaroo court are we doing here? It makes no sense. So I'm saying to the deputy, I'm saying, wait, hold on. You just told we can't show her, but you're showing her right there. Come on, we have to apply a little common sense here. America is watching these trials, and America is not stupid. America sees this happening. So you got to be consistent with your rulings, and if you're going to protect witnesses, then protect them. Don't tell me to protect the person who's just taking photos on the crime scene. Don't tell me that, because now you're playing in my face. But they don't want you to. They don't want you to tell. They don't want you to know that. They don't want you to know that. Hey, maybe something happened. We didn't see it. But I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, it was inconsistent. The ruling of not showing as a matter of fact, if we're going to show, and I know people are going to say, hey, listen, don't go too far now. Don't show certain people. And some of my colleagues were probably gonna say, don't, we need cameras in the courtroom. I get it. But be consistent. Be like Judge Scott McAfee. Be like Judge Manning. Put the stream there. I've covered murder cases where the cameras are on. And I'm shooting everybody. If you are getting paid, if you're a law enforcement, a member of law enforcement, and the taxpayers are paying you to do a job, part of your job is that you may have to do courtroom testimony, and you have to be prepared for that. You have to be prepared for that. Because you know what happens, and we learned this, and I reported earlier the death of OJ Simpson. In that trial, everyone was free game. The corrupt cop, Mark Furman, Judge Ito, Judge Lance Ito, Marsha Clark, Chris Darden, Chris Brown, not the other Chris Brown, but the other attorney, F. Lee Bailey, Robert Kardashian, Bob Shapiro. Did I miss anyone? And Sean Hawley. These are the lawyers that were in that case. They knew they were going to be recorded. The only people that we protect as members of the media is the jurors. We don't record jurors. We don't. So right now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just telling you, I'm watching this case because this case is going to go down in history. It's already running parallel to the longest case in history. Well, the second longest case in history. The longest case in history, in American history, was 7 years trial coverage. But this is getting very close. And Judge, you're a good man. Plus, I got to come in your courtroom, so I'm not going to listen. I ain't throwing you under the bus. I mean, let everything get, we're going to put it on the table. But I got to be truthful to the people, man. I got to be truthful to the people. And while we at it, ladies and gentlemen, what the heck is going on with the depth? Like watching, I got to put him on blast because I want the Sheriff Labat. The Sheriff Labat was running for re-election. I've covered tons of cases in Fulton County. I have never had a deputy walk behind me looking at what I'm shooting. It's weird to me. I covered enough cases. I know what the protocol is. I know my job better than the sheriff know my job. So how do you start looking at my camera? It's weird to me. Don't say you're doing your job. No, you're doing too much right now. When you're walking behind a member of the press who's probably been doing this before you had a uniform on, you should not be walking behind me, looking at my camera. Like, it's weird to me. I felt him breathing on my neck. What are you breathing on my neck for? Get away from me, sir. I'm scared. What are you doing? I'm just telling you, ladies and gentlemen, it's some weird stuff happening in that courtroom. It's the intimidation, it's weird. It's weird. But how you fix it? With a pen and a piece of paper. It's weird. I'm just gonna put it out there. There's some weird things happening. And I get it. Pam, wait a minute, Pam, you're out there. You're on the screen. Hold on, let me get you out there. Pam, I see you on the screen. Right, she looks exactly the same. Exactly. They're playing. Listen, this is weird. It's petty. It's weird. You playing in the faces of the people. The people are watching you make a mockery. Make a mockery. If you make a ruling, it has to be consistent. If you say no, nothing, show nothing. I heard the question asked by one of my colleagues, can we show the video? Prosecutor said, sure, show it. Show it. But we can show the person. She said, sure, I don't show it now. We don't care. They did everything. They put a number out there. The number that she says, I had it for years. This is the only number I've had. I had it for years. At some point, someone has to say in that courtroom, not the members of the press, because we have no power over what happens in the courtroom, but someone has to say, we're about to publish a number. Can we mute that, or can we do something? Can the media not just put a number out there? I felt Adrian Bean in that moment as he turned around and looked in my direction. Last time someone looked in my direction like that, that was a famous rapper by the name of Megan Thee Stallion. She looked at me. I'm like, damn, why are you looking at me? And then she had some things to say about the media. Listen, hey, I'm here to do the job. Listen, it's the other guy. You know, if I won't put nobody phone numbers out there because there's no point in that. There's no value in that. But it happens. It happens. All right, guys, I have some questions coming in. I want to read a few of the questions. Let's see here. Let's go. Who we got? Yo, listen. She'll talk to EL for donkey. She knows listen. She gotta own that. District Attorney Adrian Love is going to have to own that for her rest of her career. Attorney Weinstein, I said, listen, you know that you need to put that on a t-shirt. That's what she owns that now. She talks to ears of a donkey. You can't get away from that. No different than I don't drink wine. I drink Grey Goose. I don't drink wine. Who else said that? Who else said that? You know who said that. I don't drink wine. I drink Grey Goose. Exactly. Now I'm gonna answer your question. No, they wouldn't have showed it. We gotta protect this witness. We can't show her. She's so precious to us. We can't show anything about her. She's a witness. She's a precious commodity to the prosecution. But the minute she says he was trying to date me, man, put a picture out there. Put a phone number out there. Come on, you guys. Come on, listen. You guys are professionals. At the end of the day, you're professionals. You know, as much as you want to protect your colleagues, don't expose these witnesses if you don't have to, because we're only going to report what we can report, where we don't put people in jeopardy. At least that's, like, if you coming in here and you saying this person did this, and you want to say it with your chest, say it with your face too. Say it with your face. I'm not one of those that will say, okay, because they remember law enforcement, we got to protect them. No, they are servants of the community, and they should be able to be put in front on the camera. If you're doing everything right, you should not worry about anything, unless you work in a special undercover assignment that can be proven. It can be, you can go to the front of the court and say, listen, we want to do an in-camera inspection of your assignment and say, yes, he is undercover right now. But no. Everyone knows I'm the captain in the police department. I don't want my face on TV. No, get your behind on the stand and make sure you wear a clean t-shirt when you get up here. Because Mr. Byron's going to zoom in on you. I'm going to shoot your pimples. We're going to be able to count your pimples. Gee. Let me read some of these comments. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, hold on. Let's see here. Let's see. Who do I want to make stand out today? Who do I want to stand out today? Who else do we have here today, ladies and gentlemen? Okay, and what they did with Mr. Bean publishes, right? Yeah, they did that, Jamie. They did that, Jamie. Okay, this is your time. Drop your questions because I had to get to the courtroom. Inside the courtroom, I had to set up. You have any questions? I'm here for 10 more minutes because we got a long lunch. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't appear that you have any specific questions now. Don't wait till I get in the courtroom, then you have questions for me. Don't wait till I get in the courtroom because I ain't going to answer them. I'm not going to answer them. I might answer them. I might just answer them, ladies and gentlemen, but this is just, I don't know. And the other thing, and I have to say this, you have jurors that have been in this box for months. Rich Rasta, bring it on, Rich Rasta. What's your question? What is your question? my opinion based. Okay, the question. I'm gonna post the question. Wait, hold on. You shoot me with a few questions. Okay, I'm gonna do Rich, then I'm gonna do Jamie. I'm gonna post your question, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna post this question. Okay, verdict prediction. So I don't have enough information to do a prediction, but I would do it like this. If I had to vote, and let's keep score from week to week, if I had to take a vote today, I would say, first of all, I don't know what the summation will be, but I would want to hear a summation of the evidence. We have to do a summation. Maybe we should do something like, let's do a summation of the week's testimony, and let's sum up what we actually heard versus what's in the indictment. And based on that, from someone coming from the prosecution side, more prosecution attorney like a Thelma Anderson, and more from the defense side like a Pamela Intellect. And then I want to hear both of them give their summations. And then based on that, we the people can say, based on listening to the prosecutor, Thelma Anderson, and listening to the defense attorney, Pamela Intellect, and then we, the jurors, will take a vote based on that. The week's testimony. Do their closing arguments, and then we'll say. But if I had to do it right now, I would say I don't see a RICO case yet. I don't see a RICO case. I do not see one yet. I think that's the best, like we need to give the courtroom a grade as well. We need to give them a grade as well. We, the people, need to give the courtroom a grade as well, what they're doing. I don't care. Everyone gets to work. The defense and the prosecution. Everyone gets to smoke. Everyone. Let's do it. Let's do it. And I'm going to say this, and I think I have spoken. I kind of spoke on this early on. Jurors' retention skills for long trials is not that good. This is why you have a notepad, and we don't know who takes good notes. Everyone doesn't take good notes like Dennis Byron or Pam Intellect. They don't take really detailed notes. That's not what they do. That's not what they do. That's not even that. They may have not even finished high school, but we have to rely on these people to make a decision based on their note-taking and memory. Well, with 150 witnesses, you better take some daggone good notes. You better be able to tell me from every witness that got on the stand, what was their high points. What was the high points of their testimony? Something that you retained. Because I'm watching some of the jurors, and some of the jurors are not even taking notes. They're just sitting there listening. They probably saying in their head, I'm only getting $25 for this crap. I'm literally only getting $25 a day for this crap. $25 a day. Think about that. I mean, people on minimum wage get more than that. It's crazy. Right. And they don't want to be there. And guess who else don't want to be there? The witnesses don't want to be there, but the jurors don't want to really be there. It wasn't like, hey, we want to be here. We don't really want to be here. We don't want to be here, judge. And they're going to start looking at the judge. Judge, why do we have all these delays? And when the judge said, don't look at the computers and look at the internet and so forth, what do you think they're going to do when they're sitting home waiting the whole week to go back to trial? They're going to look at the TV. They're going to look at the reporting. They're going to look at social media. More people are on their phones than they're on TV. And it comes in their timeline. And the people want to say, they want to give their opinions online. This is not like the 1980s where there's no social media. These are young, they're young members of the jury. They have middle-aged members. They're going to look on the social media. It's just what it is. You'll be naive to believe that that's not happening. Let me ask the next question. Right. Jurors can literally go broke messing with this trial. You know who's can go broke messing with this trial? Lawyers. Lawyers can go broke messing with this trial. Lawyers can say, hey, I can go to a strip club. I'm sorry, Mr. My client. I'm going to the strip club. I can't make no money here. The money ain't on the table here. The only one that's eating over here is Mr. Steele and perhaps Keith Adams. That's the only ones eating here because those are the ones that got the bread. Everyone else, nah, man. I'm gonna give up half my time, the whole year of my life and my practice, and knowing they probably have student loans to pay back. Law books are expensive. To keep up with your game is expensive. So why do you think these people are really going to fight so aggressively? At some point, everybody gonna get tired. At some point, you know who's not gonna get tired? The sheriff's not gonna get tired because they get a paycheck no matter the outcome of this case. The judge gets a paycheck no matter the outcome of this case. The prosecutors gets a paycheck no matter the outcome of this case. The prosecution team gets a paycheck no matter the outcome of this case. Who doesn't eat that well is the lawyers that are taking this case. They don't get to eat that well. They don't get to eat that well. I'm seeing lawyers carrying lunch pails in this court, bringing their own lunch with them. You got to think. You got to pay for your lunch every day, your transportation, cleaning, your clothes to get cleaned every day. And the judge said now you're going to come on the weekends. The only day that you can make some side money, he wants you to come in on the weekends. Think about that, ladies and gentlemen. Some of the lawyers may come out well. No, they didn't come out well. I've covered enough trials, and I see this play. I tell you, I know what's going to happen. They're not going to. Some of the attorneys, while the judge said you're very professional and you've done this before, but the bottom line is, people got to eat. People got you heard Mr. DK. You heard he had to eat, and the people on the street was his food. So these people got to eat. Stop wasting people's time. Judge, tell these lawyers sharpen their pencils and let's get this thing moving. Let's get it moving. You got overt acts. Let's get it moving. Enough of the waste of the time bringing repetitive witnesses on that give you nothing. So when someone says, how am I doing? They ain't doing too well right now. Right. Listen, D. Williams put in for a special. Just think about this. To cover to be an attorney on a case like this, a RICO case, these lawyers should be making over $100K a year, no less. Not one attorney on that case should be making no less than $100K. Not one attorney on that case should be making no less than $100K. Just do the math. They should be making no $50,000 a year. They can go work at Wendy's as a manager. But they don't want you to know this. They don't want to tell you the economics. You know why people are not so rushed to get the case over with? Because the people that are making the money are going to continue making the money because it's in the budget. It's in the budget. They're getting the money no matter what. I get it. We want to keep the street stuff safe, but we also don't want to bankrupt the county trying to keep the streets safe. Make the deal. Put the deal together. Give offers. Make the deal. Right. They should be, Pam, you hit it right. They should be making what Nathan, I have a nickname for you, Nathan. I ain't going to give it to you right now. What Nathan Wade was making. He was on the case and made over $700,000. $700,000 over the course of 3 years. So he was banking over $210,000, $240,000 a year. Think about that. On the RICO case that he didn't complete. So can we get a refund? Can we get some of that money back? Can we get a little of that money back, sir? Because apparently you're not trying to give it to your wife. Come on now. They're playing in our faces. You're probably saying, who's they? I ain't gonna tell you they, but it doesn't make any sense. You got people dying in Fulton County Jail right now. Overcrowding. They just had lost another person yesterday. On Wednesday. Another person died in the jail. It's mismanaged. And that's just what it is. Because if listen, If you cannot manage the jail, then you should give it to someone who can manage. No one should go in the as a detainee and leave on a stretcher. So if you got to put guards in the dormitories, whatever you need to do, but I don't know, this might be above your pay grade. You might not be able to manage this, or move these defendants and move these detainees in facilities that can manage them. People should not be dying in jails. They should be able to have their day in court. They should be able to have their day in court. Let them make it to a court and tell their story. Because I don't believe everyone that's in jail is guilty. I do not believe everyone is in jail that is guilty, but they got to have an opportunity to fight their charges. They need that time to fight their charges. You got, for example, Young Thug. Think about this. Gunna and Thug got the same charges. Gunna's home. Other people are home. Give the man a bond. Put him on a short leash if you think he's going to flee. I don't think Thug's fleeing. Where is he going to go? As a matter of fact, he's in a better position to prove his innocence by being on the street. You got, this guy is a shooter. This Murphy is a shooter. He's on the stand, but he's the shooter. He's the trigger guy. He's running around. I'm more scared of him on the street than I am of Thug, if that makes any sense. But let's be honest. You got the shooter on the stand doing a Tekashi 6ix9ine. He's the shooter, tatted up, DK. He got a $150, if you might know the term is. He got you know what it is. He did this. He had to get busy in jail because they tried him. He probably ran his mouth and they probably tried him. He don't want to go back to jail because he had to fight. He didn't have the guns in jail. He may have had some shanks, but he had the guns. He don't want to be there. He don't want to be there. But you got the shooter on the stand talking about whatever. Come on now. They're playing in your face, ladies and gentlemen. They're playing in your face. They're playing in your face. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, I will be back when the court resumes. I appreciate you guys being here. Just make sure you're logging in. With that said, everyone, leave your comments there. Hopefully, we can answer when I come back. I'm out of here for a minute, but the stream is still going to be up. So you might be I'm gonna put a little music there for you guys. Some people don't like the music, but I'm playing the music anyway. With that said, we bringing the seal back up. Guys, bring the seal back up in the courtroom, please.
so we may continue.
When you were shot, when your mother's house was shot up, what were you doing before the house got shot up?
I was standing in the house.
Do you remember what else happened that day?
No.
No. Now, when we left off, we were talking about Adrian Bean. You said you had been to the house. You thought it was Buck's house, but where Adrian's spot on Macon Drive.
Yes.
What type of spot was it?
It was a spot.
When you say a spot, what do you mean?
Like a house.
Did anything happen in that house besides people sleeping?
Parties.
Okay. Were they after hour parties or what kind of parties?
It was just parties. I don't remember what hour it was.
Okay. Did anything else happen at that house?
They sold food. I remember that.
Had you ever been in a car or driven with Adrian B?
I don't understand what you're asking.
Sure. Have you ever been in a car with Adrian B?
I don't remember being in no car with him.
You don't remember being in a car with him. Frederick Prothero, do you know who he is?
Yeah.
What did you call him Frederick Prothero?
Fred.
Okay. Did you call him anything else?
Just Fred.
Okay. And how long did you know Mr. Prothero?
Not long. I just heard about him, and then he had got out of jail.
Was he older or younger than you?
Older.
How much older? Do you remember?
I don't know his age, but he was older than me.
Had you ever been in a car with him?
No.
No. Now, you talked about the fact that you would rob people. When did you start robbing people? At what age?
I can't remember what age I was.
Have you been caught for every robbery you've done?
Don't answer that. Rephrase that.
Your Honor, we would be given any type of use immunity. If
I'm sorry?
anything would be past the statute of limitation, then we would be given a use immunity, Your Honor.
I don't care. Just don't, he's not gonna answer that question.
Okay.
You can rephrase the question, but he's not gonna answer that question.
The robberies that you've done, have you committed them with other YSL members?
I already answered that. The one that I got caught with, the one I went to prison for.
Was that a robbery that you went to prison
That was a
for?
crime.
I'm talking specifically about robberies.
Ask the question again.
Sure. With the robberies that you have you committed any robberies with any other YSL members?
No.
Have you ever committed robberies with other people?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a person by the name of Donovan Thomas Jr.?
I heard that name before.
Okay, how have you heard of that name?
This trial, this case.
Okay, prior to this case, had you heard of his name?
That name, no.
Okay, what name do you know of?
Nut.
Okay, and is that what you called him?
Yeah.
How do you know Nut?
From being out, club and stuff.
Okay. Did you have a relationship with Nut?
I wouldn't say it was a relationship. We knew each other though. He had a relationship with my kid's mother.
What type of relationship he had with your child's mother?
I think they were from the same neighborhood.
Is this the same child's mother who's friends with Shay?
Yeah.
And did Shay grow up with your child's mom in that same neighborhood? Do you know?
I don't know. They're the same neighborhood.
Stand by, ladies and gentlemen. Stand by. Stand by. Stand by. Stand by. We had a technical glitch. Stand by, everyone. We'll bring you back in the courtroom. 1 second. We had a computer timeout on us. We're bringing the cameras back in. We're inside the courtroom, ladies and gentlemen. Just stand by. Okay, here we go. We're back.
You in August, I think I may have said 2016, but I mean 2015.
Basis.
Hearsay, call for hearsay, and we may go about that.
I'll sustain the objection. You want to try and do something, get something else?
You're right. Yeah,
Okay.
he didn't say that's what he heard in his interview, so I wanted to confront him with what he said.
All right,
Do you,
sir.
It's still hearsay.
But-
There's prior statements that were based on hearsay.
Your Honor,
Do you have any-
it's not based on hearsay because he didn't,
Testified he has no personal knowledge.
no, he said he doesn't recall.
Okay, well, ask him that, and then we'll see whether or not he does or not.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither and Thomas during the interview that there was beef, not that you heard about the streets, but that there was beef between If Gang and Slime, and that we were beefing?
I don't remember.
If Gang.
I don't remember saying it.
Okay.
I'm gonna overrule the objection, sir.
In August of 2015, did you tell Detective Gaither and Detective Detective Dennis, that we, as in Slime, were beefing with IFCAC.
I don't remember saying that.
Do you also remember saying in that same interview that
Still object, still calling for hearsay. I mean, I don't want to.
All right, come on up.
in the jail that you were at, which was the Fulton County Jail, that YSL members were on plates because of the beef between If Gang and YSL.
I don't recall saying that. I don't recall what I said yesterday.
What does the term being on a plate mean? Have you heard that term before?
I think that mean like beef.
And when you say beef, what do you mean?
Two people that don't like each other.
And does it only have to be two people that don't like each other?
Two or more people.
I ain't understand what you asked me right there.
You said it was two people who don't like each other. Does it always have to be two individual people?
I don't know. I ain't make the definition of it. I ain't make the word.
Okay, but what's your understanding?
I just told you two people disagree on something.
And for you, it's only two individuals, like you and I
Ask
beefing.
and
It
answer.
can't be two groups beefing.
I don't know. I don't understand what you asked me to say.
Now, I want to take you to April of 2015, specifically around April 26th of 2015. Were you present at the Compound nightclub with other members of YSL?
In April, I've been in the compound a couple times.
Were you present at the Compound with other YSL members when Lil Wayne was performing at the Compound?
Yes.
Who did you go to the club with?
I can't remember who I was there. It was a lot of us.
Okay, when you say a lot of us, name some of the people you were at the club with.
I can't remember. It was a lot of us though.
Do you remember anybody?
I just remember standing in the crowd.
Do you recall in that same interview in August of 2015 with Detective Gaither, Detective Dennis, and Mr. Hudson, stating that you went to the club with Dolly, Dora, Buck, and you all arrived there in a Jeep together?
I don't remember saying that.
You don't remember saying that?
No.
And that also there was Shannon, they were all there at the Compound
I
together?
don't remember saying that. It was a lot of us though.
Do you recall in this interview saying that you had a gun when you went to the Compound night?
I always kept a gun.
Okay. And did a police officer see you with a gun that night?
That same officer.
Was it Detective Dennis?
I don't know his name.
Do you remember what you did once he saw you with that gun?
I ran.
Okay. And what if anything did you do with the gun?
I left it right there.
Where did you leave it?
I know it wasn't on me when I stopped running.
Do you recall where you left it?
No.
Do you recall in that interview in August 2016 saying that you had put the gun on the wheel of a car?
No.
Why did you all go to the Compound that evening?
I don't remember the same reason we go to a club any other night. The club.
Was that the only reason why you were going to the club?
To my knowledge.
Were you going to do anything in the club towards Lil Wayne that night when you all went to the club?
That man like the president. Man, how you gonna do something to Lil Wayne?
Okay. Do you recall in that August of 2015 interview stating that y'all were going to go in and maybe boo at him or maybe create some type of havoc inside of the club while he was
I don't
performing?
recall saying that.
Once you took off running after the police saw you with the gun, what did you do?
I don't remember. I know I left though. I think I don't know if I called somebody or I paid somebody I just seen. I know I left the vicinity though.
Do you recall telling the detectives in that August interview that you got into another vehicle, not the vehicle that you all came in, and end up going to another club, I think the Blue Ivory?
I don't remember that. I thought I went home or with a female to a house or something. I don't remember going back to no club. I was shook after that.
Do you also remember saying that after y'all left the club, you all went back to the studio?
No.
Do you recall seeing Shannon at the compound that evening?
No, I don't recall saying no. That was so long ago.
What about Roscoe? Do you recall seeing Roscoe at the compound that evening?
No.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither and Dennis that you saw both Roscoe and Shannon at the compound that evening? And that at some point Shannon got into Dolly's truck and they drove that truck and left the compound?
No. No. How could I see somebody leave if I already left?
When this particular incident occurred or day occurred at the compound, was Mr. Williams with you all at the compound?
I don't recall. I don't know.
Do you recall if you spoke to Mr. Williams that night at all while you were either at the compound or later on that evening at the compound?
What year you said it was?
In 2015, April of 2015.
I don't even think we were talking then.
Do you recall telling detectives that you spoke to Mr. Williams and he was upset with you because you had brought Dora and Dolly to the club that evening?
That sounded all right. He was mad at me for doing a lot of stupid stuff back then.
Okay. But specifically, he was upset that evening because you had brought Dora and Dolly out there.
I don't remember that happening, but that sounded about right.
Why do you keep a gun on you?
I don't keep a gun on me.
Back then you said that you always used to have a gun.
Oh, back then, okay.
Yeah, sorry.
We gonna, yeah.
Why did you always keep a gun on you back then?
I don't know, I just did.
Why?
There was no particular reason. I just kept a gun on me to protect myself.
Was it because of the beef you were having with Ifgang?
I kept a gun before I even was YSL or heard of every gang or anything like that.
Did you ever gain access into the compound club that night before taking off running before the police saw you? Did you ever get inside of the club that evening?
I don't recall getting inside the club. I just remember running, being tired from running.
At any point that evening, do you remember YSL members going near the tour bus of Lil Wayne?
I ain't seen no tour.
Now I want to take you to April 12th of 2015, excuse me. Did you, I think earlier we talked about you pleading to participation in criminal street gang and an attempted murder. Do you recall doing that and going to prison?
Yes.
there appears to be, there might be an objection to this introduction of these exhibits. We'll report live from inside the courtroom.
Privilege to approach, Your Honor. I'm showing you what's gonna mark as Stacy Exhibit 18, Charlie Charlie. Do you see your name on Stacy Exhibit 18, Charlie Charlie?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see an indictment number on there?
Yes.
What's that indictment number?
15S.
Sure, you can speak up.
Can y'all speak up, please?
Yes. What's that indictment number?
15SC 138234.
And,
Mr. Harvey.
and looking at that front page, does it show the crimes of which you were convicted of?
Yeah.
And are those the crimes for which you went to prison for in 2016?
Yes.
You're right, this time state by the tender 18 Charlie Charlie as a self-authenticating document. Is that?
Any objection to 18 Charlie Charlie?
I don't. Question prosecuted one issue, but other than that one issue.
The last page, otherwise I don't.
You know, back last page?
Yes.
All right, 18 Charlie Charlie is admitted without objection.
And Mr. Murphy, looking at this certified copy of the conviction, what were you convicted of?
Participating in criminal street gang, aggravated battery, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, possession of a firearm during commission of a felony, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
And you were convicted of participation in criminal street gang activity. What gang were you a part of?
Blood.
Was it YSL?
No, that's a good question. I don't-
You don't recall?
They didn't ask me that when I pleaded guilty. They didn't ask me that when I pleaded guilty. I thought they were saying I was in blood.
Okay. Do you remember the facts that led up to that conviction?
No, that's what I'm looking over. I don't remember all that. I see the counts, but I don't really like record. Like, I don't remember. I see the counts on it though.
Okay, so you don't remember what happened on April 12th, 2015?
I think it like bits and pieces though. I can't. It was a long time ago.
Okay. What are the bits and pieces that you remember?
I remember like going to court for it and seeing the guy who got shot and all that. It was traumatizing.
So you say you only remember what happened after you got arrested?
Like as of right now, yeah.
So is it your testimony today that you don't remember anything that happened on the evening of April 12th, 2015?
Like bits and pieces. I just said that.
Okay, what are the bits and pieces that you remember about what happened on April 12th, 2015?
I just remember like pulling up to the store
Okay,
where it happened at.
what store did you pull up to?
I can't remember the name of the store. It was a gas station though.
Okay. Do you remember where the gas station was?
No,
Do you remember what part of the city the gas station was?
no. It was, I think, off Cleveland Avenue.
It was off Cleveland. Did you go to the gas station with anyone?
Yeah,
Who?
me and Nard.
Okay. And when you say Nard, who are you speaking of?
Nard.
Does Nard have a real name?
I don't know his real name by heart though.
Okay. How long have you known Nard?
What you mean, like in 2015?
In 2015, how long has you known Nard?
Not long, probably about a year.
Only a year. Permission to approach? I'm showing you what's been marked as Stacy Exhibit 23 Charlie. Do you recognize Stacy Exhibit? The person Stacy Exhibit 23 Charlie?
Yes,
Who's that?
and Nard.
Is that the same Nard that you came to the store with back
Yes.
in April 12th, 2015? That's the same person?
Yes.
You at this time, the state would like to admit State's Exhibit 23 Charlie as an evidence.
Any objections to stage 23 Charlie? I don't have any. All right, stage 23 Charlie, admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Now, when you got to the store with Nard, do you remember where you were prior to getting to the store?
I just remember we pulled up to the store.
Do you remember in the interview back in August of 2015 and in the proffer that you did in February of 2016, telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis, as well as Detective Gaither, Dennis, and a prosecutor, that before you got to the sit-go, or before that you got to the gas station, you were at Hot Rod Spot off of Browns Mill Road?
I don't recall saying that.
Do you recall telling the detectives that while you were at Hot Rod's house, it was you, Nard, Fanny, Detective Gaither, and Detective Dennis, as well as Detective Gaither, Dennis, and a prosecutor, that before you got to the hear my voice. That initially, when in August of 2015, you said it was Nard, Fatty, and you were at Hot Rod's house prior to going to the gas station, and then February, you said that there might have been a J at the house as well, before y'all left to go to the gas station.
I don't recall. I told I would say anything. I would have cut my arm off to get back to my son.
Okay. Now, do you remember what you were doing at Hot Rod's house prior to going to the gas station?
No, it's too far to be trying to remember.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither, Detective Dennis, as well as the prosecutor, that while at Hot Rod's house, Fatty had came over in a new, I think you may have said a hot box, which was a stolen car, and y'all were talking at the house prior to you leaving to go to the gas station?
No, I don't remember that.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither, Detective Dennis, and the prosecutor later on in February that while you were at the house, that Nard received a phone call and that Nard told you, threw you a chopper and told you, let's ride?
No, that sound like a movie.
All right. Do
I
you
told you
know,
I was high back then. I would have said anything.
do you know what a chopper is?
A chopper?
Yes.
There's a lot of different meanings for chopper. A helicopter, a motorcycle, a gun.
A gun that's a chopper, do you know what type of gun that is?
Huh? It's a chopper.
Is it a small gun, a long gun, a short gun? What kind
They
of
got all
gun?
sizes of chopper.
Sorry?
They have all sizes.
Okay. Now, do you recall telling Detective Gaither, Detective Dennis, that once NAR said let's ride, you all hopped in the white Dodge truck and drove to the Citgo gas station?
No.
And that Nard was driving, you were in the passenger seat, and Fatty was in the back seat?
No, I don't remember saying that.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither, Detective Dennis at the August 2015 interview, as well as in the proffer in the February interview, that while on the way to the gas station, that Nard was on the phone with someone?
No, I don't remember that.
And that they were on, you all were on the way up to the gas station?
I don't remember that.
Do you recall Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis asking you whether or not you asked why we were going or what we had to do? Do you recall saying that?
I don't recall. They asked me a lot of stuff.
Do you recall telling them that Nard didn't say why you had to go? He just handed you a chopper. You assumed there was something going down. You thought you were going to get a catch, or thought you were going to hit a lick. That's what you thought was going to happen.
It sounded like me. I'm always was trying to get a lick by then.
You were always trying to get it. Okay. Now, do you recall telling Investigator Gaither and Investigator Dennis, when you got to the Citgo gas station, you all pulled up to the pump and you saw Bentley?
No, I don't recall saying that.
Who's Bentley?
An older cat from Cleveland.
And is it the same Bentley we talked about earlier who's a part of YSL?
Huh?
Is this the same Bentley we talked about earlier this morning who's a part of YSL?
I know more than one Bentley though.
Commissioner Cochran, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 24 Charlie Charlie. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 24 Charlie Charlie?
Yes,
Who is that?
that Bentley.
Okay. Is that a Bentley that you knew back in 2015?
Yeah,
All right. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of Bentley back when you back in 2015?
yeah.
Your Honor, this how I say would like the tender State's Exhibit 24 Charlie Charlie into evidence?
Hey, Jason Stacy Charlie, 24 Charlie Charlie. On behalf of Mr. Williams. I say 24 Charlie Charlie.
Permission to publish, Your Honor. And is that who you call Bentley?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, do you recall, you said you were at the store. You remember being at the store. Do you remember what happened while you were at the store?
I don't.
Okay. Do you remember telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that once you all got to the store, you pulled up to a gas pump, you got out of the passenger seat, Nard got out of the driver's seat, and when you got there, you immediately with your chopper ran to the car in which the individuals that you were going to deal with were, that you went immediately to that vehicle?
I don't recall saying that. Sound like a movie too.
Do you recall then saying after you walked up to the vehicle, they rolled their windows down, the passenger side window down? And after they, God bless you, after they rolled the passenger side window down, you backed back from the car and went back to the doorway of the gas station.
I don't recall saying that.
From the Citgo gas station on April 12, 2015.
I think they showed me a lot of pictures in the interview.
Okay. Permission to approach, Your Honor? I'm gonna first show you what's been marked as Exhibit 9 Charlie Charlie through 15 Charlie Charlie. I want you to take a moment and look at 9 Charlie Charlie through 15 Charlie Charlie.
Okay.
Okay, looking at 9 Charlie Charlie through 15 Charlie Charlie. One, do you see yourself in those images captured at 9 Charlie Charlie through 15 Charlie Charlie?
Yes.
You say yes? Okay. Do you recall those being the pictures that were shown to you while you were being interviewed at the Atlanta Police Department in August of 2015?
I don't remember that.
Okay, but do you recall seeing yourself in
Yeah,
those
I
pictures?
remember the pictures.
Do you see Bentley in those pictures?
Yeah, and a couple of them.
In a couple.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you also see Nard in some of those pictures?
Yes.
All right. And those images appear to be or look like the store that you were in front of. Let me ask you this: is there a date on those pictures?
Yeah. 4/12/2015.
Okay. And I want you to look at your indictment. What is the date indicated in any of those counts in the indictment in which you pled guilty to?
4/12/2015.
Is that the same date as that's in those surveillance images?
Mhm.
Okay. And does that appear to be a fair and accurate image of what you look like on April 12th, 2015?
I don't remember what I look like back then, but that's me in the
But
picture.
that's you in the picture. All right, you're right. This time state like the tender states exhibit 9 Charlie Charlie, 15 Charlie Charlie. And say,
Any objection to states 9 Charlie Charlie through 15 Charlie Charlie?
On behalf.
States 9 Charlie Charlie through 15 Charlie Charlie are admitted and may be published as you see fit.
thank you, Your Honor. Now I'm also going to show you 20 Charlie Charlie, 21 Charlie Charlie, and 22 Charlie Charlie. First, I want to start with 22 Charlie Charlie. Do you see yourself in 22 Charlie Charlie?
Man, that picture's so blurry. You can't even tell who that is.
Okay. So let's look at 14 Charlie Charlie. Do you see yourself in 14 Charlie Charlie?
Yeah.
He said it was so, go ahead, repeat what your last answer was.
I don't even remember.
About 22 Charlie Charlie, what did you say?
Oh, it's so blurry. You can't even see who in there.
Did you hear him? Looking at 14 Charlie Charlie, do you see you?
This one. Yeah, right there.
What are you wearing?
It looked like a blue coat.
Does it look blue to you?
Mhm.
Okay. The image in 22 Charlie Charlie, can you tell what color coat that person is wearing?
It's so blurry, I can't see the color though. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, let me ask you, are you familiar with the image of what's contained within 22 Charlie Charlie?
No.
On 22 Charlie Charlie, what is the date on 22 Charlie Charlie?
April 12th, 2015.
Okay. And is there a time stamp on there? Charlie Charlie, can you tell what
21,
color code
43,
that person
50.
is? Okay. Do you?
21, 43, 50.
Hold on one second. Are you familiar? It looks like it's not. Okay. Do you know military time?
No, never been to the military.
Okay. Published 14 Charlie Charlie. Looking at 14 Charlie Charlie, do you see where you are in 14 Charlie Charlie?
Yes.
Okay. And where are you?
Standing behind the door, the dude holding the door. What? You look like you holding the door. Yeah.
Right here?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you recognize anybody else in this picture?
I don't know none of them, but not right there.
Is this Nard right here?
Yeah.
Okay, so you don't know any of these other people?
No.
All right. Let's look at 15 Charlie Charlie. Do you recognize anyone who's in 15 Charlie Charlie?
That's the same people, right?
Is
Nah,
it?
that Bentley right there look like, yeah.
That's Billy right here,
Yeah.
okay? What about, is that the individual, I'm sorry, for the record, in the white t-shirt? Somebody some black and white Jordan?
Yes.
16 Charlie Charlie? And I'm sorry, stay on 15 real quick. Are you also still in this image as well?
Yes.
16 Charlie Charlie? Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry.
That's the blue one.
13 Charlie Charlie. Who's that at 13 Charlie Charlie?
They're not.
What does he have in his hand?
A gun.
Would you call that a chopper?
Yeah, it look like a chopper.
It looks like a chopper.
Yeah.
Okay. Does that look like the store that you went to on April 12th, 2015?
I don't remember how it looked, but I'm at the store right now.
Okay. Say that one more time.
I said I don't remember how it looked.
Okay. Now, at the store, do you recall telling Detective Gates or Detective Dennis that after you ran up to the other car, that you walked back to the door and you kind of motioned for Hot Rod and Bentley to come out of the store?
It looked like I was coming out the store with them.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that you kind of motioned, because they looked scared, so you kind of motioned for them to come out the store as if they didn't have to be scared anymore because you were there?
No, I don't remember.
Do you remember what you did after you, do you remember leaving the store?
No.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that once Bentley and Hot Rod got out the store, that you and Nard got back into the vehicle, Nard being the driver and you being the passenger? You don't remember Fatty ever even got out the car, and that you all left, as well as Hot Rod and Bentley got in their car and y'all all left the gas station.
I do not remember that.
Say,
That was so long ago, I don't remember.
do you remember where you may have went after you left the gas station?
No.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither, Detective Dennis, as well as the prosecutor in February of 2016, that after leaving the store, that you saw the guys in the blue car go down Jonesboro Road, and you all went down Browns Mill Road, and you end up seeing the blue car at a stop sign? You couldn't remember what the cross street was, but it was a cross street that crossed Browns Mill and Jonesboro Road.
Oh, I would say anything.
But you did plead guilty to this crime that we're discussing.
Yeah.
Correct? Do you recall telling Detective Gaither and Dennis that when Nard saw the car stopped at the stop sign, that he said, "Oh, there go them niggas," and that he kind of turned, and Bentley and Hot Rod drove around y'all vehicle because they were following behind you. They went straight, and you went over to the vehicle to where the blue car was. Do you remember that?
I don't remember that.
Do you remember then telling Detective Gaither, Detective Dennis in August, as well as telling Detective Gaither, Dennis, and the prosecutor in February, that Nard then rolled down his window, took the chopper, and you actually crossed your hands, and that he shot into the vehicle multiple times, about 3 to 4 times, inside of the vehicle with the chopper. And then after shooting, y'all took off and y'all drove.
I don't remember saying that.
Do you remember Detective Gaither showing you pictures of the victim with half of his head cut off?
Yeah, I remember.
You remember that?
Yeah.
And do you remember telling Detective Gaither that it was Nard who shot half his head off?
I don't remember saying that though.
Do you remember telling Gaither, Detective Dennis, and the prosecutor in February that the reason why you went over there was because Bentley and Hot Rod said that they were in trouble? They thought that these 4 young men were trying to follow them.
I don't remember none of that.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither, Detective Dennis in August, and then the prosecutor along with Gaither and Dennis in February, that after Nard shot the victim or shot into the vehicle, that you all went back to the house on Hot Rod's house?
I don't recall saying that.
Do you recall where Hot Rod's house was?
I don't even remember nobody named Hot Rod. That sounds like a toy car.
Did you know someone by the name of Rodney Allison?
No.
Do you remember describing, Rod's house as kind of a trap house? You get your drugs there sometimes that you would take.
No.
Do you remember telling Gaither and Dennis, because they asked you where was this house located, that you kind of went through? It was off of Bromack, and then you could turn on another street, and it was a brown house with a gate with a slope down driveway.
No.
Do you remember them asking you how Thug felt about you engaging with Nard and Bentley during this time?
No, I don't remember. I don't remember.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that Thug was mad at you because you looked at him like a brother, and that you had done so much for Thug that your only job at that point in 2015 was to watch his mother and his two sisters, Dolly and Dora?
No, I don't recall saying I had to watch them.
And that he wanted you to kind of lay low.
That don't even sound right.
Do you recall you telling them that Doug said he would take care of the clothes, the shoes, and the house so long as you protected them because you had already done enough for him?
No, I don't know nothing about that. He was already taking care of his family.
Do you recall ever speaking with Nard or Bentley after the shooting at all?
No, I don't.
Let me ask you this, back in 2015, in April of 2015, did you have that YSL tattoo on your face?
I think so.
Do you know if you had the snake and slat emoji on your face at that time?
I think so.
Now, do you know why you were so willing to just grab a chopper and go up to the Citgo gas station without any questions asked to protect Bentley?
Probably high. It sound like a movie.
But high or not, did you see yourself in those images at the Citgo gas station?
Yeah.
And in those Citgo gas station pictures, and I'll pull them up, did you wear a mask at all when this occurred?
I don't remember what I had on.
Okay, look at those surveillance videos.
I just seen a blue jacket. That's all I can see. It's blurry. I just see my face in a blue jacket.
Okay. First, looking at 14 Charlie, you have that one in your hand? 14?
Yeah, it's in my hand.
Do you have a mask on?
No, I can see my face.
And looking at 15 Charlie, do you have any type of mask on?
No.
And it's 16 Charlie? All right. So,
I don't even think that's okay. I ain't got no 16.
Now, when you were meeting with Detective Gaither, Detective Tennis in August, wait a minute. Did you first meet with Detective Gaither and Dennis first in July of 2015 when you were
I don't
arrested?
know when I met with him. I remember meeting with him though.
Say that again.
I don't know when it was I met with him, but I remember like meeting with him.
Did you meet with them twice at Atlanta Police?
I don't know how many times it was. I remember like meeting detectives.
When you met with the detectives, was Mr. Williams present in a room with you when you met with the detectives? Was Mr. Jeffrey Williams in the room with you when you met with detectives?
No,
Was Shannon in the room with you when you met the detectives?
no,
What about when you did the proffer agreement? Was Mr. Williams in the room with you when you did the proffer agreement?
what that mean?
When you were in that room with the prosecutor, Gaither, Dennis, and you were in this.
Before I pleaded guilty?
Before you pleaded guilty.
No.
And when you spoke to Detective Gaither and Dennis, both in in August of 2015 and February 2016, were you able to tell them everything that happened on April 12th, 2015?
I don't know. I don't remember what I told him. I told you I would have told him anything to get home to my family.
You saw a person with half of his head. That's not a story, right?
In the courtroom, yeah.
In the courtroom, you saw that individual.
Yeah.
And that's the individual that's in your indictment, Dexter Montgomery.
I guess that's it.
It's not a story that half his head is shot off.
I seen it.
All right. So that's a fact.
Yeah.
It's not fiction.
No.
So even if you would have said anything to get out that room, was some of the stuff you said what actually happened because you saw the person it happened to? You keep saying that you would have said anything to get out that room.
Yeah.
But the stuff that you said actually had a result, and that result was the person you saw in court would have his head shot off.
I don't understand what you're saying. Can you dumb it down?
Did you tell Gaither and Dennis, not once, but twice, what you knew about what happened on April 12th, 2015?
I don't remember what I told him. I know I met with him though.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
I don't remember what I told him specifically, but I remember like meeting with him.
Okay. And when you met with them, they wanted you to tell them the truth about what happened.
Yeah, that's what they asked for.
Okay. And in order to get whatever deal you want to get, you told them the truth about what happened that day.
I told him whatever I wanted to tell him to get home quicker. I just told you that. I've been telling that all day.
But whatever you told them, there was actually a person who got shot, that Nard shot.
I assume, I don't know.
But you pled guilty to these charges.
Yes.
And the charge that you pled guilty to was based upon what you told Detective Gaither in August and in February.
I don't understand. No, what you confusing me now.
You pled guilty to these charges.
Yes.
You pled guilty to participation in a criminal street gang.
Yes.
Both you and Nard are part of YSL, the criminal street.
Yeah, I was charged with criminal street activity before, yeah.
And you were charged with Nard.
Yes.
You were also charged with aggravated assault.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And that was for one count of shooting Dexter Montgomery.
Yeah.
And you were also charged, I don't know if you pled to it, but you were also charged with shooting in a car where D'Angelo White was inside of that car.
I don't even know who that is.
Let me show you what's been admitted as exhibit 7BB. Do you know that individual?
Never seen him in my life.
You never seen him? On your indictment, is there a count for an individual by the name of D'Angelo White?
No, it's a lot of counts. Count 9.
Okay. And does it have an individual by the name of D'Angelo White?
Yes.
All right. And you pled guilty to having a gun? Or did you plead guilty to having a gun?
I just play guilty to whatever they have ready to go home.
Did you plead guilty to having a gun?
Yes.
Now, you said you had told anything to go home. Would you have told the truth to go home?
If I knew the truth, I mean,
Now, Mr. Murphy, today you are not telling this jury what you told the police back in August of 2016. Why not?
I don't remember. I don't want to lie to them.
Do you not remember because you have to testify in this court in front of all these individuals sitting on this side of the room?
No.
Did you have concerns about talking to our permission to approach?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy come back, please? All right. Members of the jury, we have gotten to a point in the day where I think it might be appropriate for us to stop at this point. So what I'm going to do is, Mr. Murphy, if you could, I'm going to release you at this point in time for the day. Come back tomorrow for 12:30 and be in pocket, and we'll call you. We'll probably be here the afternoon. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Remember, don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right, members of the jury, before we recess for today, as promised, I'm going to go ahead and just kind of give you kind of where we are for the next few days. So tomorrow's the 12th. We'll come at 12:30. We'll start around 1 o'clock and we'll be here till about 5 p.m. On Monday, the 15th, I'll ask you to report for 8:30 and we'll be here the day. The 16th, Tuesday, we're going to have a short day because one of your members has a medical appointment. So we're going to go from 10, you'll report for 9:30 and we'll go to about 12:30 and that will complete our business for that day. The next day, the 17th, you'll report at 12:30 and we'll go to about 5. The 18th, you'll report for 8:30 and we'll go to about 1:45. One of your members has a doctor's appointment. And then that Friday, I've already told you that's when the court has Veterans Court, independent of these proceedings. So you'll report at 12:30 for 1 o'clock start time. We'll go to 5 o'clock. I'll give you the week thereafter, starting on the 22nd, later in this coming week. But I have put on your radar already the 25th and 26th of April are administrative days. So I hope you've booked those already. As well as the 2nd and the 3rd of May will be administrative days. So you can go ahead and put those down. The 22nd through the 24th, that's at that Thursday and Friday. That will be an administrative day for you all. You know, the 27th of May is Memorial Day. That's Monday. That's a holiday. On Monday, the 6th, I should say the 3rd of June, you'll have an administrative day on that day. June 19th, which is Juneteenth, we have a county holiday. And then the 26th through the 28th will be administrative days of June. So those days, go ahead and put those on your calendar if you want to go ahead and book something now, or you need to take care of some personal business and the like, we will go ahead and you can do that. Also, in relationship to the question you've asked me about remuneration on those days that you're not here, I have got some smarter people than me, the other lawyers in the county, taking a look at that issue. So I can go ahead and give you a firm answer on that. We think yes, but we need to get approval, okay? Because you can't do anything else on those days. And so that's why we have indicated to them that that would be something that we should do. So I hadn't dropped off the plate. We're working on it. So what are your questions of me at this point, if any? There's always somebody, you know, I'm just being polite, right? Okay, all right. So, ma'am, what is your question?
I just want to clarify for May, you said the 22nd and the 23rd.
The 22nd through the 24th. So I'm sorry, you're absolutely right. It will be that. We will work on the 22nd. So it's actually the 23rd and the 24th. So thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome.
You're very welcome. She's probably thinking, oh, you just cheated yourselves out of a day. Thanks. Thanks a lot. All right. But yes, I would have clarified later on. I can't get my stuff together. All right. Any other questions of me, administrative in nature? Okay. All right. This is of course subject to change, and I will, like I said, we'll do the pinpoint when you report and on a week-to-week basis, because sometimes that changes, or I need to tweak it. But for the most part, that's our schedule for tomorrow and for next week. Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, unless you have any other ministerial inquiry of me, let me go ahead and give you your admonitions. Please leave your notepads in the basket. Remember, do not discuss this case amongst yourselves in small groups and onesies and twosies or little. And as you're sitting back there, it would be a violation for you to recap the case, recap person's testimony, consider anything that we have discussed out here until such time as I tell you when you're to begin your deliberative process. Please also resist temptation of listening to any third-party accounts of this particular proceedings as they go along. Don't go to any podcasts, any other printed material, or certainly anything that's been reported in the news media in regards to this case. If anybody should try and approach you or attempt to talk with you about this case in any form or fashion through any particular medium or in person, please let Sergeant Ingram and myself know immediately. And again, ladies and gentlemen, don't go by and visit any of the scenes that may be depicted or you've heard of in this particular case. That would be a violation for you to do so. And the last thing, as usual, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience and your continued patience with us. And unless you have any other inquiry of me, and ladies and gentlemen, we will see you tomorrow, 12:30, for an anticipated 1 o'clock start time. And then we'll be here the afternoon and we'll see where the day leads us at that point. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, all rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. All right, is there anything else I need to take up with you all for the good of the order? If not, we'll continue with Mr. Murphy's examination tomorrow. How much longer do we have with Mr. Murphy? Just ballpark?
Ballpark an hour and a half.
All right, so he may be with us at least the rest of the afternoon and potentially Monday.
Yes.
Okay, all right. All right, anything else at this point in time, gentlemen, lady? Or ladies, I should say. Okay. All right. All right, councils, unless you have anything else, I'll see you tomorrow at 12:30 for an anticipated 1 o'clock start time, okay? All right, we're in recess.
You guys can hear me now. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes our YSL coverage for today. Somebody said, I can't hear you. I just wanted to welcome a new member, Sonia's algorithm. How you doing, Sonia? But yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is the uh, conclusion of the day in testimony from Walter Murphy, a former, current, I don't know, member of YSL. And I don't know if he really hurt the defense's case, but I would just say that um, the prosecutors have kind of established a few things. One, that Murphy did know Young Thug, former friend. He tattooed Young Thug's daughter's name on his face. He also established that he knew other members of YSL. He did more talking than a lot of other individuals that did talking and that took the stance thus far. Now, what the prosecutors tried to do was to see what, if anything, he knew. I'm gonna turn my hat around. I want to be cool. What, if anything, he knew about what took place at the compound in Atlanta, which is a nightclub that pretty much hosts some of the biggest names in hip hop. You know, you had Lil Wayne, you had Jay-Z, you had Diddy, you had a bunch of people who come to Compound, and that was a club off of 10th Street and Brady Avenue, right in Midtown. So he did testify that he ran from the police. He had a gun on him, and he apparently hid the gun somewhere. And I don't know if they were chasing him, but he sure did run. Apparently, he was trying to get a gun in the club. So we'll see. We'll see. That wasn't. He did. He didn't really uh, establish whether or not he knew of Pee Wee or Roscoe being a part of any shooting. And I think that's what DA Hilton was trying to establish, that he might have known that there may have been some uh, coordination with a shooting on Lil Wayne's bus. He said Lil Wayne's like the president, like the president. That was the first. I never thought Lil Wayne to be a political figure, but I get it. But do you think Murphy hurt the case for the defense, or really nothing? It's just question. And what I did notice, when when he didn't establish a alleged crimes, he couldn't, from his own point of view. The prosecutor kept waiving his plea agreement, just pretty pointing out that he pled to certain things. He pled to certain things in this agreement. But I would argue that there were a few people that took that plea agreement that really was saying anything just to get the agreement, to get the heck out of there. And in hopes, and the prosecutor obviously hoped that they would come and repeat the same things as in that agreement, or at least show the jurors that, hey, this guy said this in the plea agreement. We got it in black and white. We don't know why he's changing this story. And they probably anticipated that people weren't going to be as forthcoming when it was time to get on the witness stand, because they would say anything to get out. And hopefully the jurors can weigh his testimony with the plea agreement and see where they give the most strongest weight to. Are they going to give more weight to the plea agreement or more weight to his testimony? Because he did say he would say anything to get out. He had to get back to his kid. And I think most people would say anything to get out. And some people will stick to the code. Say, I'm not a rat. I'm not saying anything. But in his case, he wasn't trying to go that route. He was trying to say whatever he could say to get out. And they pretty much, the district attorney pretty much rounded up a bunch of people from old cases, and they're trying to establish that there was some organized crimes that were ongoing in Thug being part of the RICO case. I have yet seen, in my opinion, a RICO established yet. Did I see people commit crimes, or can I conclude that there were people who knew Thug that were committing crimes? Absolutely. Does that mean it was an organized crime? I don't know if that's been established. I don't know if that they have to get they need more than the lyrics, because a lot of these witnesses really haven't established anything that one can conclude that this is some kind of big RICO case. So we have to see. And then the bigger question is these RICO statutes used prematurely? Should they be used for the most hardened type of criminals that are organized to, uh, to disrupt society. I don't know. We have to see. We have to see. Let's see here, guys. Let's see here. What we got here? That is the theme. Well, allegedly, the theme is to threaten people with jail time, give them a get out of free card, and come into court and say whatever you can say to help us put Doug away for the rest of his life. Come on, man. Come on. This is kind of smelling fishy. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Who the heck has a PhD, honorary PhD for the University of Houston? Oh, okay. You talking about Lil Wayne? Okay, yeah. Is Gunner going to testify? Gunner's on the witness list. Anyone saying he's not going to testify, they don't know. He's on the witness list. He took a plea deal. He's a big name. They run the risk of putting Gunner on the stand and he blowing their case out the water. Gunner has popularity right now. Do you think they're going to risk putting this guy on the stand, and further tank their case? They got to be strategic about it. Right, Lil Wayne. I forgot about that. Man, they're giving these honorary degrees out like pancakes. They're giving them out like pancakes. Now, I don't know. If you're if well, I would say if you've actually put in life experience and it's demonstrated by way of your work, then maybe so. Have you written some books? Have you, you know, wrote papers? I don't know. These PhDs they're giving away like pancakes. What the heck is going on here? Right, right. Absolutely. You're paying all this money and then giving a little away. Come on now. We gotta do better now. Come on. Come on. For me, this is for me. This has nothing to do with anyone else. My children went to school, graduated, bachelor's, master's, and they worked hard. So you got certain individuals like Lil Wayne that probably couldn't put a. I'm not going to again. Right. Put a term paper together. Come on now. Let's not play. Let's not play with the educational system. It's already jacked up already. So I don't know. And I'm not hating on anything, but I don't want people to make light of the fact that there are other people out there that put in hard work. We have lawyers, we have doctors, we have school teachers, which one of my daughters is a school teacher. We have members that have uh, put in a lot of work, a lot of work, a lot of work. And to give these is actually a slap in the face to the ones who actually got PhDs. Little baby, yeah, yeah, well, yeah, yeah, yeah. I said Big Jeff was clout chasing. Sorry. Absolutely. Hold on a second. Let me read some of these comments. Let's see here. Terry Brown, I know you didn't. The sound was muted. The sound was muted. But you guys hear me now. You guys hear me now. Put a one in the chat if you can hear me. Put a one in the chat, ladies and gentlemen, if you can hear me. We got a lot of devices open here. Hold on. I don't know. We'll see. Excuse me, guys. Excuse me. Hold on. I gotta take a sneeze. Hold on. Ooh. I don't know, Judge Glanville. What did you give me, Judge Glanville? Oh my goodness. Okay. Let's see here. Let me see if I have any questions on Twitter. Stand by. I want to answer some questions on Twitter and Instagram. Hold on. When people are coughing and sneezing and now burping in the courtroom, I ain't trying to catch a stray now. Hold on here. Let's see if I have any questions on Twitter that I need to answer. Okay, anyone on Twitter, please type in your question and let's see if I can answer. Okay, let's see what we have on Instagram. We're just going down the wire. Let's see what we got going on here. Let's see. Okay, let's see what we got going in here. Stand by. Let's see here. Okay. All right, very good, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, with that said, everyone, I do appreciate your being here. I see I see all. Okay, I see all. Okay, let's see. Thank you, Shorty. Thank you, D. Right. Yeah, it should be a song. Man, I mean, I do need to wear a mask in court. Last time I was in court and the judge was sneezing like that, that was a Nature Boy trial. And I tell you what, I got sick. I was sick. All this burping and farting and oh, my goodness. Have some manners here. Man, you got to start teaching people how to burp. You got to know how to burp. I saw Caitlyn Jenner's comment. I mean, that Caitlyn Jenner, aka Bruce Jenner, wasn't saying that when the juice was alive. Watch everybody come out. They're gonna talk all that mess after you die, but they ain't got that energy when you're alive. This is how people are. And then he killed someone himself. While OJ never was found guilty, he actually struck someone with his vehicle. It was a judge. It was the judge. I saw it. I saw how people were reacting. Absolutely. Okay, let's see what we got here. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Okay, so with that said, I thank you for joining the stream today. And please be tuned in for tomorrow tomorrow at 1 o'clock. At 12:30, be back at 12:30, but they're probably gonna start at 1 o'clock. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate you. I appreciate everyone coming in, and we'll see you tomorrow.